I know. Well, that's true. Oh, I mean, a lot. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we are good to go now. Thank you for that pause.
Welcome everyone again. All right. Good morning again, everyone. We are now live streaming, and so I'll re-welcome everyone to the Land Conservation and Development Commission. My name is Alan Lazo. I'm the chair of the commission, and I will repeat my greeting that it's another beautiful day in the state of Oregon to continue to support and strengthen the robust and equitable land use system here in our state. And our first order of business, and I don't know if you want to restart, Deputy Director, but is the Director's report with Deputy Director Green. Director Bateman is at another meeting right now.
Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, and members of the commission, good morning again. I'm Kirsten Green, the Deputy Director. I also serve as the agency's tribal liaison, and certainly an honor and responsibility to step in for Director Bateman this morning. She is at the Data Center Advisory Committee this morning, reporting on the Oregon Land Use Planning System for advisory committee members, and we will send that recording to you, as well as, her remarks if you wish. So I'll just dive in. I don't think we'll take the full hour, but I mentioned just a moment ago. So just briefly, we're so excited that Ms. Layla Aman will join DLCD as the new Community Services Division Manager on June 15th. There's additional detail on her background in the section for the Community Services Division, but she's currently serving as the city manager for the city of Manzanita, and we'll welcome her on June 15th. There's a promotion we're celebrating. Samuel Goldberg has been promoted to the Housing Acceleration Planner. And next, at our next meeting, Mr. Stuckmeyer, manager of the Housing Division, can report on some other internal sort of leadership opportunities that are going on. And also they are recruiting for 3 additional planners. So continuing to build out that program. I think that's going to be it for the time being, but we'll see. Don't want to say never. The next section on page 1 is section D, and that's a report on the governor's expectations. These have been set since Governor Kotek came into office, and agencies have been reporting on them. We are happy to say that we're meeting all those milestones, and welcome any questions that you might have. I will say succession planning for us is one focus area right now. So that's big. And we, of course, want to thank Tyler Potter for leading our way in that. But we can't count on that everyone who's here today will be here in the future. So really digging in on that. Any questions on that section on the governor's expectations? Commissioners? Okay, great. Thank you. On page 3, just a quick note on the tribal liaison program. There's some, activities that are written there that you've seen, but we have news this week. The rules are filed with the Secretary of State, and so they are going to be published in the May 1st bulletin. We just weren't in a tremendous hurry to get those published because they don't go effective until January 1, 2027. But local governments will now have that and a manual that staff have been preparing about to support implementation. It's quite a thorough, we can send you that link as well when it's ready to support implementation. And we'll be starting drop-in sessions in May. Jess is helping us set those up. For local governments in particular, as well as we'll be communicating that local governments should feel welcome to reach out to us for a one-on-one session to help discuss their comprehensive plan and code specifically to support that implementation. Is certainly quite new, and we're really looking forward to developing better relations, better communication, and coordination, of course, with local government, land use permitting, and the First Peoples of Oregon. So I want to thank Commissioner Thompson again for serving as that rulemaking advisory committee liaison and her consistent and the commission's consistent support. Thank you for passing those rules in December twice. Any chair?
Thank you, Deputy Director Green. Commissioner Thompson here. Just wondering, we had some dynamic tensions within that group. I wonder, I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but of course I always do. So disclaimer noted, right? Are those easing? Are people kind of settling into, okay, we'll we've figured out a path forward, we're comfortable with each other, we can work together to negotiate through any challenges or difficulties, or are we still thinking there's going to be some big problems? Do you know?
I foresee better relations and robust notifications of ground disturbing activities for the tribes, and notice to property developers of inadvertent discovery rules. We know that there are concerns with some aspects of the rules that are held by a minority of the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. They didn't testify against the rules. You didn't hear them come forth and complain. So I really hope for the real work ahead, which is to continue to improve communication and coordination. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that question. Madam Chair. Let's see. In page 3, we begin the division reports with the policy office, and there is a report coming to you this afternoon on the February session. That'll be agenda item 11. In communications, that's a busy group. They have been working very hard to bring our agencies deep, and if I may, somewhat extensive website pages into compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, according to new federal guidelines. The deadline on that was just extended by a year by the federal government. So I think that agencies around the nation probably were really struggling with making their website content accessible, all PDFs. We have thousands and thousands and thousands. So Mr. Sean Carpenter has been going through those with the communications team and really all staff working to get us up to date. We will continue to press on because it's the right thing to do. We want to make sure the screen readers in particular can view the material easily and without hiccup. So we're excited, but also a little relieved to have a slight reprieve there. Also on good news on page 4, you might have seen that you can now comment on our LinkedIn posts. We have a policy, and so please, but even if you don't want to comment, that's okay. You can certainly reshare anything from the department, and we appreciate that. We like to help people know what's going on with the agency's work and the local government's work for comprehensive planning. On page 4, we have the policy agenda and rulemaking updates. We don't go in detail into the rulemaking updates there, but we will be bringing the updated policy agenda to you at your August meeting following the February session. So here today you'll hear the legislative update, and then you'll see that all reflected in an updated policy agenda in August. And with those timelines updated, there's been a lot of work that has been added since you last saw the policy agenda. So please look forward to that.
And if you can remember, it looks like you might have crossed out September in yours, and
Oh, I'm sorry.
is it September?
Good eye. Thank you. We don't have a September meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. So it'll be to you in actually August.
August.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. Checked on that this morning with Alyssa. So she confirmed it'll be August. Thank you. The turning to the programs, we call it program side of the house and the administrative side of the house. So going through programs first, so the planning side, staff celebrated the retirement of Christine Shirley this last month. And fortunately, she's still with us on just sort of a touching post-work contract. So she's still funded by a federal grant. They're still funding in a federal grant to allow her to continue to work with us on the state's risk assessment. And we should bring to you a demonstration of the new tool that's actually carrying, it's her namesake. We had a naming party for it at all staff, and I can't remember what CRIS stands for. Maybe someone can find out and let us know, Matt Crawl. Oh my gosh. Right. Ethan stuck my system. Exactly. It's a very dynamic spatial database that links hazards with social vulnerability. So I know it is amazing work. It's groundbreaking, and it wouldn't be possible without our data mapping and production services department. I know, I think, Chair, there might be some interest in perhaps us bringing that back.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, we want to see the CRIS. Okay.
I think that, and I think a lot of the work that the DPAS group is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, DMAPs and hazards. Yes.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Yes. Good. Yeah. Yeah. We'll touch on DMAPs here in a moment. They are going, they have over 100 projects on their dashboard and are just moving forward with one after the other and multiple at the same one time, very strategically. It's impressive. So thank you for that. Anna Murphy, a mitigation planner, has taken a job, a really great job with the Willamette Partnership. And she has a background as an engineer and will be working on their Infrastructure Next program. So working to support cities with infrastructure in the context um, um, of funding and planning, which is fantastic. The natural hazards section here reflects a discussion of FEMA, who I think is still on a sort of a federal pause, which is unfortunate due to congressional appropriations. They are not able to communicate outside FEMA, and your local governments may have experienced this. It's quite painful. LOAC, local officials, advisory committee members brought this up yet again. Ever since the biological opinion rule and subsequent actions and then defunding, it's left local governments sort of at quite a crossroads with respect to floodplain management and other basic maintenance. So we look forward to them coming back online. We need our federal partners. Oh, excuse me. If I could just note one other recruitment and staffing change in the Planning Services Division. Ms. Susan Millhauser, who I'm not sure you've met, at least for some years since she came on, she has been working with the state's Wildfire Advisory Council as part of her job. And we've just been able to sort of reformat our Measure 49 position into a Measure 49 forest land and fire position that she will be holding. And with that move, with the assistance of our CFO and of course, Director Bateman, we will have no layoffs from the hazards program, even with the cessation of the BRIC funding. So we're very excited about that. Let's see, moving on. Let's see. So the mention of the CRIS there is on page 5, just above transportation. So the department has published a beta test version of a new risk assessment online map, and it's the result of a multi-year effort. It goes with the state's natural hazard mitigation plan. So it's sort of an implementation tool built for local governments to be able to do local hazard planning at a scale that's actually a HEX level, much more detailed. I don't ask me to explain HEX, please. But much more detailed than a census track. So yeah, I look forward to sharing that with you. That would be really a proud moment. We were all in awe at our last staff meeting with the debut, and thank you, Matt, and his group for their leadership there. On transportation, please interrupt if I just get rolling and don't notice if anyone has a question or comment or request. Thank you for your initiation of the transportation planning rulemaking yesterday. We do have, just a note of one of the Measure 49 claims. They seem always to be one or more. And Matt Kroll has been leading that work, but hopefully now transitioning it to his new helper, Susan Millhauser. Thank you, Matt, for holding on to that position in our vacancy savings for like a year and doing that work.
Commissioner Bennett?
Yes,
Deputy Director,
please.
having listened a lot of times on that Measure 49 issue, I think that I would encourage that the department in Columbia County to put that out to the communities and to the listeners and to those, because that's something that's frequently the department receives negative reviews from the outside world and from some of the organizations that are out there. And here the department took a positive step, rectified an issue. And I think that it's a good point that land use planning system is working, and make sure that somebody isn't, they had what they were entitled to.
Yes.
And I know that quite often people have been told no at the counter and said, well, it's the state's fault. I mean, that's our mantra. Throw them DCLD under the bus. But I think in this case that it worked, and I would encourage the community outreach staff and Columbia County to run with it, really, I guess, because I think that there's those folks, the naysayers, it would be, and to the legislators, that it's a real positive thing versus some of the others, because there's lots of no's, but this one here was taking a circumstance that where the people were entitled to something, helped them and worked with them, both the department and the county. So it's a good partnership, and I would hate to see an opportunity like this pass by.
Be sure to let Director
Well-
Bateman know. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. I always think about the increase of property value too, that occurs so much with the increases in allowable uses in housing right now. If we were to quantify that, we'd have a good story to tell as well. Was that givings? Yes. Instead of takings? Yes. Winnings? Yes. Windfalls? Yes. They're happening, which is good. We need it. All right. So continuing on page 5 with the Ocean and Coastal Services Division, also known as the Oregon Coastal Management Program federally, stable on staffing changes, another good news story there. And Brandy, our Chief Financial Officer, Brandy Nichols, may touch on some of those elegant moves there that were able to also result in no funding, even though the funding from the federal government has remained stable, which is stable as decreased these days with rising costs. So I'm going to commend the work of Manager Phipps and also our Chief Financial Officer. We've been out and about holding offshore energy wind roadmap meetings and just are about to close the public comment period here next week. Lots of public comment, lots of online dialogue, less in-person attendance than we would have expected, but that might be a good thing. It's also probably because there's not an active proposal. You know, when there was an active proposal on the ground, we had hundreds to the meetings in one location. So I think this is it's folks are still very interested, vigilant, concerned, participating. But it's nice to have it. I mean, we do want, with our state supports the safe development of offshore wind where we can do it. But this gives us a little time to plan. Coastal states, and that report will be forthcoming this late summer or fall, so certainly be sure to share it with you, if not present. It's really cool, actually. It has four alternative scenarios built into it. So it's a very neat and in-depth approach to a roadmap process. So you could take 4 different roads. It's actually not just one road. 4 different complete scenarios built into that product. Jeff Burright did an amazing job. Let's see, as you can see, staff, Lisa went out to Washington, D.C. Her report on that is on page 6. They're continuing to study managed retreat, which of course is something we're needing to live with and consider in the context of sea level rise. And Coastal staff presented a really wonderful workshop on hazards and innovative nature-based erosion control measures, which I thought maybe we could circulate that PowerPoint to the commissioners as well, if you'd be interested. Great, thank you. Note, and the Housing Services Division, obviously very, very busy. Ethan has his description of the hirings I mentioned earlier and the recruitments I mentioned earlier. The ONA launch, this is a big deal. You passed the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. Yes, rules last year, which is a major revolution. I would say almost a complete 360-degree revolution of the way that the state and local government, really the local governments, implement housing needs planning for housing production, affordability, and choice. And now it is about education and training. So please watch for a great manual coming out within, I would say, probably 30 days, and a variety of handouts. We'll put a little booklet together of things we've been producing. So maybe we could send you some of those links too. There's some grab and go short, 2-pagers, and then a robust manual for local governments. And so looking at, tiered implementation materials for local governments. Let's see. The More Homes Making. How did I miss that you are the liaison to that work?
I snuck in through the back door.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. So we will be back to bring a briefing on that at our next meeting. So thank you, Chair, for continuing work on housing. You certainly know a lot about the issue by now. And from your background, of course. So program services, just continuing into HAPO, the Housing Accountability and Production Offices. You see those data points there. They're impressive, right? So 300, since as of March, 319 inquiries, only 6 of which are formal complaints of a housing law violation. Only 1 of those has resulted in formal action. And we continue to work with local governments on voluntary compliance. That is the day-to-day work of the Housing Accountability Production Office, making those decisions and those actions transparent through the hub, their resource hub. You've seen that over 857 views of that resource hub just in the last 30 days. And the rolling out more and more products with that with the data mapping and production services, the DMAPS group. Very, very busy. Another core function of the HAPO office is that state housing interagency partnership that Director Bateman co-chairs with Department of Consumer and Business Services Director Sean O'Day. We're off and running. Palmer Mason's been working on that with Joel Mattson and many other state agencies, more than 30 actions this year, and they're queuing up another suite of actions next year. So one of those actions, you've passed already the affordable housing pilot project rules, and another action of the state in Redmond, and then so you passed Redmond, and another rulemaking you're just taking up under the SHIP is the Housing and Unincorporated Rulemaking Initiative. So I know the governor's office is impressed with the speed with which DLCD has been implementing projects that have been identified in the SHIP. So thank you everyone for your work there. We'll be coming back, Capital will be coming back in June with a couple of reports to present to Commission on one is the Local Residential Development Process Improvement Study, and another is the Evaluation of State Policies and Programs. And these are both robust studies with outreach to local governments and other implementation partners. So I think those will be very informative updates. The studies both will be published by September 15th. Please.
Commissioner Bennett,
Thank you.
pull that mic closer to you. Physically, there you go. Thank you.
And I may be exhibiting just my total ignorance here of something, but every week Idaho lists new homes, pre-owned homes, permits, homes built, residences by type, affordability, and workforce. And it's really easy to find. I traveled around, but I will admit I didn't find it. Does Oregon have that? Because quite frankly, I was having a discussion with one of our other colleagues on this commission, and we go, are we really short 500,000 homes or are we not? I mean, and so I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot, but it just seems like, I mean, they're putting it out. I mean, any day you can go and say, oh, in Ada County, there's 12,000 new homes, and even they have the price points too onto it. And I don't know if it's, to be honest, I don't know if it's maintained by the realtors or whether the state, but it's out there, and you know, you're kind of trying to figure out in this era of what is really factual and what is really wishful and what is just flat out speculation. And I was hoping, I don't know if the department, I actually had a lunch with a legislator and they go, well, how many are we really short? And I go, I have no idea, really.
Mhm.
And then I couldn't figure out any place to go find it. And I was going to talk to Ethan and I failed, and I was going to talk to Joel and I failed. And, I think it would be helpful to the commission
Mhm.
if we had not necessarily the data, but where do we go find it? So when we're out there talking to various people, we can be really helpful and even most importantly, accurate.
Great request, Chair, if I may. Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Let us get back to you on that. I know we collect data on permitted and produced units as of, boy, couple biennium now. How we're displaying that, I need to find out. So thank you. That is something I know that folks are interested in, is what's the need by region, by not just statewide, but so folks can see the production and the trends. So let me get back to you, if I may, on what we do have. So in our library of things we're going to be sending you after the meeting, we'll include what we do have and can show. And I'll take your aspiration and the example of Idaho to the group and just see what we can do.
I
Report back.
want to say that I personally,
Oh, yep.
I don't know if it's like a Zillow product or a board of realtors or whether it's the state. It's just, I know every Saturday, being on the Idaho border,
Yes.
when I'm in my tractors, the only radio I can get is out of Boise.
Wow.
And so, I'm listening and
Wow.
they're going, and there was, this week we permitted this many houses and we sold that many and the price points are this. And so I was just like, do we do this? And we may do it.
Mhm.
And I'll be honest, I made a couple little cursory checks and
Right.
I didn't.
Commissioner Bennett, as part of the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis work, there is a data dashboard on the Oregon Housing and Community Services side. So the data split or the work split in ONA was that OHCS would do some of that data work. So there's both a housing production dashboard and a housing equity indicators dashboard at OHCS. I don't know that it is as detailed and time frequent as the Idaho one. It might just be kind of annually. And so OHCS, Oregon Housing and Community Services, has a good set of data on pieces like that. Commissioner Porter?
Thank you, Chair. If I can tag on to Commissioner Bennett's question there. I have gotten related questions from folks asking, how do we know we're that far short of housing and how is that calculated? Because I guess in 25, I think we had a net increase of like 9,000 people. But then for a couple of years prior to that, we were having a net loss of people. And so people are kind of been asking me, how do we know how short of housing we really are over the next, 5 or 20 years? And so, I don't know if there's any way to tag on, that information and how that was calculated, but those are questions I've been getting. So thank you.
Yes.
Hot topic, huh?
Mm.
I appreciate your point about OHCS having data. I don't care about that. Sorry. I don't care about that. What I care about is the work that we do and our people do so that we can have it front and center in ways that build credibility and trust. Because every time we do something, the immediate response on the business side is, okay, how much is it going to cost me to do what you're telling me I have to do? Even though we say, on the conservation side, any kind of development has an impact on the environment. So we can't just look at harms to the environment and use that as the rationale for not including and respecting the questions and the concerns of the people who have to produce the wealth and do the work to manage so that they can pay the taxes and build the houses and do all of that stuff. I'd really like to see us elevate our respect and our balancing and harmonizing of those dynamic tensions in a way that we do it, and we don't need anybody else's, that we do it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, I think one of the things that we need to recognize is that was a specific partnership that was legislated through the ONA process. So I think we can do those things on our side. You know, the piece that OHCS put together is legislated through the legislation and through ONA, in the same way that the split between us and DCBS is formed. So those partnerships exist in a very specific fashion, so that folks are doing the work that they're tasked to do. But I think there is a way for us to do what you're talking about, right? And it goes to that strategic communication conversation we've been having. So that's a conversation. Yes.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Yes, to all of it. I probably wouldn't be here if I didn't have a little bit of a competitive edge. So hearing about Idaho and also OHCS is I do also want to make sure that it's help us make sure that it's front and center on ours. We have this website overhaul going on with the compliance, but also the state as a whole is updating platforms. And I hate to say stay tuned, but please do stay tuned. I'll make sure that I understand a little bit more clearly what the plan is for that reveal and that look, and maybe we can show you a wireframe or, just something that is what is to come with that reporting dashboard. Mr. Shipsey found a data point in one of Governor Kotek's recent newsletters, and would love to share that with you at this time. Do you have that, Steve? Yep.
Yeah, I was just trying, it says nearly 14,000 affordable homes have been financed or opened with state support during the Kotek administration. This was at the start of the year. I was, quickly trying to see, when you said, you couldn't come across it, I was doing the same thing, trying to figure out where I can find that.
We'll make sure. Yeah, thank you.
I don't really want to belabor your report, and I do appreciate it. But I just think that if it's easy, even if it's just, oh, here's a link on our website, that if you want to know this data, then you go over to OHCS or something. I mean, because, we're not only commissioners to make these decisions, but we're also ambassadors out there in the field. And when someone asks us, and we're supposed to be part of the decision-making process, and you just go, I have no idea. And then here's little Idaho that's somehow or another, whether it's realtors or whether it's Zillow or whether it's somebody, and maybe Zillow is publishing this for Oregon. I don't know. I'm not trying to promote Zillow either, but I just think that education and data is one of our most crucial tools as a commission, as LCDC and DLCD, and making sure that we constantly are zealous actually in getting it available, accurate and available. And those things, because there's so many, there are good things like the Measure 49 that are happening, but it gets lost with Senate Bill 100, which tells me I can't do anything with my land, and you're forcing me back to the Stone Age. And so that's why when I look at this, and I'm like, when the legislator asked me, it goes, so what do you guys know?
Sure.
And I'm going, well, we got lots of reports, and I think we got the process going, but I don't know if any houses are being built because of it or not.
Yes.
I mean, at the end of the day, we get lots of reports here, and I understand the process, but is somebody out there driving nails? I mean, it's just like, because even though permits are issued, as we well know, a lot of those never ever get built. And so I just think, then it strengthens our position and arguments is what I'm thinking.
Great, thank you. And also, I just want to remind us, I don't know if you're aware, Deputy Green, I think Brandy, the BAM report is part of this section also? Is that
Commission
correct?
business.
Oh, it's in commission business.
Yep.
Okay, great. We have plenty of time.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Warren. Oh, we can't hear you, Commissioner.
I was just going to chime in and let you know what we're seeing down in the southern Willamette Valley. In a sense, market rate development's kind of come to a screeching halt. We're not seeing a lot of homes built down here. The market's just too out of touch with reality at this point in time. Material costs are too high. Construction costs in general are just too high. What we are seeing, and I think is really interesting, is a gigantic, actually our largest year in Eugene of affordable housing production that I'm aware of. And this is really what we need the most of down here. So it's kind of cool to see it. And from what I'm hearing, the only reason why we're seeing affordable housing be kind of that premier production target right now is because of the government subsidy making it pencil for the developers to do it.
Thanks, Commissioner Warren. And I think it's a good reminder that there are a lot of factors that are outside of our control as an agency. And I think what I'm suggesting is, I think all these things are good in the big picture, but when we talk about strategic communication, we got to focus on what is our role in moving those numbers forward, right? And the work that we've done over the last 5 years, because we don't drive any nails, we don't even issue permits. So how is our work connected to the work that we're doing to solve this crisis? I think that's the communication that we will have to look at some point. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you. And I'm not looking for hyperbolic praise or self-serving. I think the model is this information that we received about Columbia County. It's factual, it's impersonal in a way, it's reliable. It doesn't come across as anybody's commercial presentation. The other thing is those factors that we can't control. I hope that we are taking note of them and then doing what I saw in this rack about Goal 5. We're reaching out to bring together affected partners who, if they understood and could work with us constructively, could be in that partnership to is there a mouse in the house? that we could form those constructive partnerships where I like everybody wins. You know, I'm not a lawyer, so I think win-win is a good thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, and fortunately, we have an entire office newly formed that does that in the Housing and Accountability and Production Office. So exactly what you're talking about is where that piece is happening these days. So we're fortunate to have started to put the system in motion. Started is the key term there. Housing is always a robust conversation here, isn't it?
Rightly so. Thank you,
Fantastic.
Chair. I just wanted to respond also to Commissioner Porter's request for the how do we know how many units? We do know how we know, and we can put that we can put that back out to you. It was in the early days of the regional housing, what was it, RENA? It was the regional housing, yeah, and yes, ONA started as RENA, the Regional Housing Needs Analysis, and it was through that work, that initial work, that the state and consulting firm Eco Northwest helped us realize as a state how far we were short on production. And so that's where those numbers have been driving from ever since. It's about 4 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, probably at the beginning of after the 2019 legislation.
Right.
Yep.
And then to your point, I'm not sure how we're, how all the tracking is going. I think Governor Kotek was like, this is a serious situation. We can see it with our eyes. We see it in all of our communities, the suffering. And so it's just the focus has been on production. But let us get back to you on whether those projections have been updated and certainly how we know how much we're producing. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Super. Well, thank you for the discussion. And I'm sorry that Ethan is at another meeting this morning and couldn't save me. Thank you for helping us with the information, Chair Lazo, on where we can find the production dashboard. That it's a good reminder. OHCS, Oregon Housing Community Services, has an amazing a data division that predated us, and so they had the capacity to take that on initially. We now have ours, so we can be in good collaboration with them about where it's hosted and certainly how we showcase it, just to make it easily Googleable. We want you all to be able to have that very easily, and thank you. And also probably in our director's report each meeting. So thank you. Just a short note, I think we ran out of steam here when I was writing this section on the Community Services Division. It's very brief. There is a lot going on. I have a 30-item wiki tracker that we keep with different projects going on in that program. I don't know how Gordon kept it straight, but I really appreciate Community Services Division staff bearing with this interim time. There's a lot going on. We just mentioned there that staff are working on the housing and unincorporated areas rulemaking. Thank you for your guidance yesterday. And that initiation, and then also Executive Order 2529, on which we had a good conversation yesterday at the end of the day. So thank you very much for those. Turning to the Administrative Services side of the house, Assistant Director and Chief Operating Officer Josh Hardage is in the house and can help if we struggle here, but also very much going on in the administrative wing. We don't move off the blocks without ASD. Contracts and procurement services have been moving through $9 million of grants. You might remember that just a few years ago we had 1 million. So the increase is hockey stick just over the last few years. The Fiscal and Budget Services, to their credit, received a Gold Star certificate from the State's Department of Administrative Services for their excellent work in the 2025 fiscal year. Amazing. Chief Financial Officer Nichols has an amazing team there, and I know they just work very hard on every single detail, for which we're very grateful. The Information Technology Services Group, also, we wouldn't be having this meeting without them. Thank you for your acknowledgement of that yesterday. Just really working on a number of modernization initiatives that were sorely needed. In human resources, you can sense it, just growing training, working on, helping us with belonging and inclusion across the agency. The Tyler Potter, our HR manager, is the manager liaison to the diversity, equity, inclusion team. You saw yesterday the student, you got to mix and mingle with Bring Your Child to Work Day yesterday. That was also brought to you by the HR group and Jan Guerrero. Thank you for your participation in that. I hope it was fun. Good, the best fun. Good. We do have the results on the wall of the different towns the groups built. So thank you. Was that Swellville? Team Swellville, exactly. There's some really good ones. What was it? Can you read?
Motion the Ocean.
Motion the Ocean. Yeah, there were some really good ones. My prescription is failing me. I can't see that far. Thank you. So data mapping and production services, we've talked just a bit about this group, but this is, I think you would love to hear from Joshua Tanner at some point, JT. They are so kind and so productive. They have been building out a resource hub for the housing group, the HAPO Resource Hub, and also developing a community assets and harms tool that's useful for the local governments implementing the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis. And then they've been working on the CRIS, a project they didn't envision nor ask for, but they were kind to take it on and help us localize it and serve that critical life-saving information up for local governments. So we're so very, very grateful. They're finishing some open data work, have been hiring and will be hiring again. We will be looking for I think it's a programmer that will be open soon for that group. So doing one more hiring there as we emerge from our somewhat challenging start to this biennium. We're emerging from that and able to fill some positions now. And then we come to our participation in appeals, recent LUBA decisions and appellate court decisions. And where did Alyssa Bonini go? She wrote this section and was in the room a little bit ago. So I'm sorry I won't be able to answer very completely here, but if you have any questions, we know who to ask. And also Councilor Shipsey is here to help although he didn't write these, so he can help if you have any questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Thompson?
This was juicy, I thought, this stuff. Page 11, I noted, of note, LUBA clarified that the number of people in support of or opposing a project is irrelevant to the determination of whether or not a project is in the public interest for purposes of blah, blah. Wow. Maybe that will save a lot of time and energy and heat, because there has been, particularly for elected officials, we've seen the effect of a differing opinion. So I hope that gets widely publicized as well, because I'd like to see a change in the operation of our partners in this, and not just turning out the numbers and turning up the volume and the vitriol. Is that too much to hope for, council?
The one thing I would say is it's specific to a Lane County Code provision. So I don't know what that provision actually says. So
Can you investigate that? Because I'm
yeah,
telling you.
I could look into it. I was trying to figure out if I could pull up 16-252-2, because it may be that it's, it's something about the wording of that provision that led Luba to say that. I don't think it was a global statement by Luba.
I would like a global statement if possible, just saying. Okay, all right, that's my bias. On page 13, the county must explain how parcel size and ownership patterns actually make the farm use of the subject property impracticable. I think that's a really significant item for at least my understanding. And if there's a way that we can get more information for us and for all the planners, does that make sense to the planning colleague I have? Okay, he's nodding.
Nodding affirmatively.
Yeah, affirmatively, yes. As we're wrestling with things, I would appreciate more clarification, better understanding of that, because again, it's economics, it's the environment, it's the economy, it is the preservation of so much that matters to us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Oh, thank you.
thank you, Chair. That's what I had to say.
Thank you. I'll also just note that for our farm forest specialist, Hillary Foote, Commissioner, thank you. She can help educate me on how that would be, if they erred in making the findings, which we would normally expect, or if this is any kind of new expectation. Thank you. And on the final page there, if there's nothing else on the legal section, our growing org chart. So thank you to the HR, Human Resources team for preparing that. And with that, I think that's the end of the director's report. Chair Lazo, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Deputy Director Green. Any other comments or questions before we move on to the next section of commission business? Do so. We'll be a couple minutes early, but Commissioner Bennett.
During commission business, I probably should have brought this up in changes to the agenda, but is there any opportunity for commissioners to bring up commission business other than the scheduled commission business?
You mean opportunity time-wise, or?
Yes, if
Oh.
I had a topic that I did not think ahead, just to bring it up for the commission to reflect on.
Let's look.
Better tease.
I think we could at the end of the day, if there's time, and maybe, call for if there's anything else for the good of the order. Is that kind of what you mean?
Yeah, I have an eye.
Reserve the right in case something comes to you?
Well, actually, let me just say, I think that the commission should discuss how the commission's meeting schedule is in order for some greater efficiencies and greater community opportunities.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I should have like foreseen, and when you are asked if there was any agenda.
Yep.
But I did, since this is called commission business, I thought it's commission business.
Yeah, I think if you wanted to, you could raise it during commission business. And I'm not sure that we would take the time at that point to sort of wrestle with it, but I think raising the topic and maybe putting it on a retreat agenda would probably be the best pathway forward. Yeah. All right, so with that, let's move on to commission business. And I think that's also the deputy director.
Thank you, Chair Lazo. I'm gonna quickly refer to something here. So I want to make sure I feel like the beginning of this item starts with commissions reporting from their region.
I think too. Yeah.
And yep, so we always appreciate, and I think listening public always appreciates hearing from commissioners on what is going on.
Great. All right. So the first part of commission business will be commissioners just having any updates regarding areas that you are representing. And so is there any commissioner that's ready to go and want to start with their updates from their region? Commissioner Porter.
Thank you. I don't have much. I guess one of the more recent happenings down in Douglas County anyway is we were provided a notice that the Immigration's Custom and Enforcement were looking for buildings with which to set up a field office in Roseburg, I guess, and one in Portland. Created quite a kerfuffle in the community and continues to, because we haven't heard, the final resolution of that. And I guess, regardless of what side of that political issue you're on, those are really causing quite a bit of upheaval for a lot of, the communities that are being subject to that. And so, at City Council, we've had, packed house and people are pretty nervous about it. I don't know if anybody's heard the outcome of that. I have not. I contacted the city manager yesterday. She hadn't heard yet either. They were supposed to have made a decision, I think, on the 17th, but I haven't heard any update on that. So we'll see what happens. Southern Oregon, probably, is I won't even go there. Anyway, so that was a new happening there in Douglas County. And oftentimes I'll try to, circle around with the various city and county local planners for this section. This time I tried to, contact some of our local ag representatives. And they, they continue to express concern at, that they're nervous that we're going to continue to erode agricultural land. And so, they don't want to become more vulnerable, but they are concerned, and they would like to make sure that LCDC remembers that, that food producers are very, very important, not only to the state, but to the country. And so anyway, but so that aside, the kid activity yesterday was kind of a hoot, and I was very honored to be on the Swellville team. And that was a great name. I don't know if I was even remotely that creative when I was a kid, so I was impressed. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. Eastern and Central Oregon are still struggling with the drought. The warm weather last year, over 800 million pounds of onions had to be destroyed because they spoiled. They're still trying to determine the loss in sugar beets. So ag is large scale ag is really struggling, and small scale ag's voice isn't quite as loud. And so I'm sure that they're struggling likewise. Obviously, fuel prices are astronomical, and ag is a large fuel consumer. So that's there. Kind of following up with Commissioner Porter, the ag industry, at least on the east side, is really concerned about there's in the process of signatures for IP 20 something ish, which would pretty much outlaw cattle raising in Oregon, which I think there's both just the perception that the industry is under attack, or agriculture, food production is under attack from the loss of lands, as Commissioner Porter just alluded to, but also it's not appreciated. And, I don't know whether it'll pass or not, but agriculture is our number 2 industry, of which the beef industry is a big piece of that. So that's kind of it's a stressor. Along with that, we have still in the Hermiston Boardman area, the stressors of the water issues. And once again, ag is involved in that whole thing. And we could have a whole long discussion on that. So agriculture, and then we have the ice operations, which has stressed the crop industry because onions, garlic, rely heavily on a lot of field work and field employees, and when they're not available, so they have the loss of in the storage sheds, but then also the loss just of workers, Hood River and the cherry, excuse me, the cherry industry and blueberries, et cetera, up there. Without the farm workers is once again struggling. So this is really the economies for these Eastern Oregon counties, Central Oregon counties is really, and I'm sure that it doesn't stop there. And I'm sure that Commissioner Vice Chair Boyer could add to that. I think it's kind of troubling. On the positive side, I guess I say this positive, not everyone may think it's positive, but the Grassy Mountain Gold Mine in Malheur County is finally going to open after it's long, but it's being permitted. So that's coming, and now everyone's trying to have meetings as to how are they going to integrate all of these new, where are they going to live, the housing, I guess, in Malheur County. And then also they're still discussing the lithium mine on the Oregon, Nevada border, whether the folks are going to live in McDermott, Nevada or McDermott, Oregon, which I don't think there's maybe 2 buildings there in McDermott, Oregon, possibly. And I don't even know, I said that sarcastically. I'm not even sure there is a McDermott. I know there's 2 buildings there, but I don't know. So anyway, things are happening. As far as the real estate market, it's chilled, as Commissioner Warren said. And interestingly enough, doing a windshield survey in Baker City, last year there would be like 2 or 3 for sale signs, and now I counted just randomly like 30 or 40. So that means things are changing differently. And so it's, of course, you do have to sort out campaign signs and for sale signs. So you don't end up voting for a realtor. But the point is that it's kind of chilled for right now, even though it was a winter where people were still traveling around. But I think people are kind of not sure what they're going to do. With that, several planning departments are missing people and several are missing planning directors. So that's still an ongoing challenge. And that's why I guess I was so enthusiastic that we could come alongside on some of these, especially if we're looking at solar projects. There is in speaking with John yesterday and talking to the various planning directors, there is a myriad of solar projects that are proposed, and how the counties can be responding to them in order to meet the deadlines as set by like the governor's office and the tax things. It may just be a real frustrating time, because if they don't have the staffing, they're not going to move forward, or it'll be slow, or even worse, that they'll move forward, but then it's litigated because poor findings were made and poor staff work. Which tends to happen because, when you really don't have the staffing and you don't have the training, they give it their best shot, but that doesn't really necessarily hold up when we get to LUBA or to the circuit court. and they don't give you credit for the best shot. It's just, and so we could, so I really think that if as an agency organization, we don't come alongside them, we not see the success that we would hope. Anyway, I guess that's it. But I think it's agriculture is going to be stressed this year with the drought. Most of the lakes are down significantly. And if you're going to go fishing, to my fishing colleagues, you better get out there soon. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Commissioner Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. There's a term in construction called sistering up the joists, where council knows. So if you've got a weak one, if we can sister up the joists to those other planners, hooray. Yes, there are problems, workforce problems in the coastal areas with ice activities, no doubt. The droughts will impact us, whether directly or in terms of wildfire or in terms of climate refugees. Absolutely. I want to take us up into a values conversation, because when I look at the stressors, the dynamic tensions between conservation and development, I think if we elevate it to a values conversation, it's easier to form common purpose and go forward together. I read murder mysteries as a form of moral philosophy. Joe Nesbo, in a book called Wolf Hour, said, morality is about how we want the world to function. Economics is about how it actually does function. So the tension between morality and economics may be useful as we're looking to understand and respect and communicate, because it will help us listen to each other so that every person and every place matters, every voice is heard. I'm heartened by the way we've been operating during our meetings yesterday and today, and I have renewed hope in that. In order for me to understand people and points of view that I wouldn't ordinarily understand, I read a book by John N. Kennedy, the United States Senator, the Republican from Louisiana. The book is called How to Test Negative for Stupid and Why Washington Never Will. Now, I don't agree with everything in this book, but reading this senator's book on how to test negative for stupid gave me insight and I would say some respect for people with very different points of view and loyalties than I feel myself. So I would recommend that. Chandra Ferrari, Governor Kotek's natural resources staff, came to the OPAC meeting. And I don't know, I'm going to quote her accurately. She said something about, we're looking at the struggle to maintain the original intentions. And I think we're in a period of very conscious adaptive management of how we operate in order to update to changing circumstances and geometrically increasing demands both on the economic and the climate change fronts. So when I look at the natural resources industries, I've heard the governor's staff say a couple of times, oh, we're only 5% of the budget. Only 5% of the budget. That sounds minimal. Well, that's the expenditure side. That's how much we pay in the staff and administration. But if we look at the revenue side, the natural resources industries form a dominant role. So I'd like to shift that conversation among us and with the governor's office, because I need to look at where the money comes from. I grew up in a wholesale retail environment. I need to know where the money comes from and that it's being spent well. so that every person and every entity functions at their highest and best use. That's where my personal morality interacts with economics. And in the meantime, counties along the coast are struggling with a variety of things. I would say it's election season, which is its own particular form of social disruption, insanity. I mean, it's a very interactive time. It's a very stressful time because the people will speak through their votes about who matters, who they trust, and how we'll go forward. So that's happening at the Association of Oregon Counties. We're looking still at the economic situation, the revenue situation of every county in Oregon. So I hope that work will help inform and support the work of the department and the commission. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you want to go to Commissioner Warren online? Does that work, Commissioner? All righty.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a whole lot to report, honestly. Other than the City of Eugene's new city manager, Jenny Hirayama, started last week. She comes to the city from Beaverton. Sorry, Beaverton. We're excited to have her on down here. And the City of Eugene's planning department continues to move forward with the first portions of implementing the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis and lots of other state requirements. And they're entering into their first adoption process here in the next couple of months. And that's all I got.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner. Vice Chair Boyer.
Thank you, Chair. Let's see. I don't have too much to report either because being the sole proprietor of my farm, spring is very, very busy. So I've not continued my outreach as I anticipated from our last meeting. So I will jump upon that again when I am done with all my spring work. But I did want to at least report that there are 2 dairies, organic dairies in my region that are expanding, which is really good news for agriculture. And it was one of the dairies was interesting because they bought fuel at the first of the year for the whole season. So they're feeling awfully successful in that arena right now. And then I did want to say that yesterday was so much fun. What impressed me so much about the kids is none of them were shy. I felt like all of them were comfortable in the room with us. And really, I loved seeing the creative side of them come out and all of us. I thought it was fun to see all of our creative sides come out too. So thank you for that. And then I think my last I wanted to touch upon was liaison duties. Yesterday, there was the unincorporated areas for housing. And with talking with Commissioner Bennett, we were both wondering if it would be okay if we could both be co-liaisons on that.
Yeah, we'll come back to the full matrix
Okay.
at the end of commission business because we'll kind of go through
Okay.
the outline here. So we'll go from here to the BAM report
Okay,
and
awesome.
then check on the calendar and then we'll do the matrix.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, but I
Thank
think
you.
that's entirely possible.
And that's it.
Thank you. Excuse me. I want to start also with the activities and our guests yesterday, our young guests, which I thought was phenomenal. I think too, not only I think their engagement was also really, really fantastic. They were really engaged. I think that can be, it was kind of a long day. I think they toured them around all kinds of places. And so for them to continue to be engaged at lunchtime with us was great. And I really appreciate Deputy Director Green, what you said, this sense that, I think the comment I would have made to them was, you don't necessarily need to grow up and become a planner and join the DLCD here, but you do need to understand how this system works, how it impacts your daily life. And like you said, not let other folks plan the community that you want to build, I think, which is a super important message for folks who are, will be engaged for many, many years to come. So a fantastic message to those young folks. For me also, not much to report. I think, more so outreach than kind of intake for me, and the sense of keeping a watch on the conversations that are happening about land use around us and how they're impacting the work that we do as an agency and as a commission. And there are several examples. You talk about the immigration and customs enforcement folks. There are conversations happening, and so it's interesting to talk about it if it's going to spread. We've seen it in coastal communities and Southern Oregon communities, these conversations about whether or not there are land use aspects of how those facilities can be sited. And my sense is that potentially the RFP that's out in the Portland area might be in response to potential pathways that folks are looking at for the current facility. And, if you've followed stories, there was I'm not sure legally where it stands now, but there's a regulated affordable housing development right next to that ICE facility that has been severely impacted. And so some of the legal actions that have taken place have been to help protect the rights of those residents there. So when those things sit in areas that are not appropriate for those kinds of activities, that might be an issue that comes forward in land use circles. But similarly, there's coming out of the short session and going into the long session and just swirling around us are these data center conversations. Again, I think there's a specific lane for land use in those. There's certainly a lot of environmental concerns, economic concerns, but there certainly also is a role for land use, and that conversation is happening. I had an occasion to talk to the staff of a legislator about some of that. The third one kind of that showed up on our radar from the short session was the work that had been done around House Bill 4153 and the farm stores or farm stands. To me, I noted, to me, it was really interesting that the governor signed that bill in the region that I am appointed from, up in the Portland area. That we do have land that is EFU in the Portland region out on Sovie Island, and the bill was signed on a farm out there. And so we know that there are potential impacts from that kind of activity, and particularly for farmers, small farmers that might be impacted in both ways. So I thought it's interesting that it was signed again in the Portland region. So took note of that. All right, that's kind of it. Again, I'm really interested for us as a commission to continue to have conversations about how we communicate strategically about the work that we do, its importance in lots of different areas, not just about how our communities come together, but in how we move together and move forward as a state. So we'll continue to have those conversations and make sure that as those conversations are happening around us, that we are actively participating in them and making sure that our voices are heard and that our partners' voices are heard in that. Before I move on, Commissioner Bennett, during your time, you did not mention your item, but would you like to put it on the table? And
Yeah, I guess it's a consideration. I apologize. Thank you, Chair. I was thinking that a lot of times, as in yesterday, we have large breaks, and that's great for networking. However, those of us that travel, and it's sometimes, if we could kind of rethink our Fridays and our subsequently Thursdays. One of the things that is always really important to me and is important to the department and to the commission is goal 1 for community participation. I've always thought it's somewhat insulting to our community that the very last thing on Friday after we've talked for 2 days is citizen participation. As a county commissioner, that was like the number 2 thing on our agendas. I realize that we always have to be mindful that sometimes people use that as a sneaky way to leverage their position on a topic we're going to bring up. I do think that the chair has the ability to manage that and shut them down rather rapidly and bring it in appropriately, encourage them to testify at the appropriate time. I would like to suggest it, at least right after lunch on Thursday, sometime earlier into it, so that first of all, or if one of us have to leave, generally it's Friday afternoon. And so we're not there. And we do want to emphasize the importance of community participation, citizen participation. So that was one thought that I would like to put before the commission. But the other one is that if we could have those items that are on the agenda that require a specific time because it's a decision, if they could be moved even ahead of the staffing reports, because if someone has to leave or should leave, one of my colleagues I know has something that they really would like to get out of here today, but we have way down at the bottom, at the end of the day, we have the hearing where we have to be there. And so some restructure. Also, when we get done early for the benefit of the staff and the volunteer commissioners, you know, by bringing it, by just some shifting it around, they could get their work done and get out of here at a reasonable time on Friday also. But it's just maybe a little more sorting through the details and putting those things that are more flexible, not less important, but they're more flexible, be scheduled in a different format. That way, because, you know, we had the chair, you led us on a really rapid thing and we had lots of nice breaks, and networking is important. However, but today, it would be a little more beneficial if we had those, especially for me in the winter. I mean, I'll be honest, I'd be but a number of us travel distances in the winter, but you know, I'm a 4-day LCDC guy. That's just, there's no way I can make it anything less. I've tried, but I was just thinking that way, even in the winter, for me to get over the Sandy Am Pass to Prineville is a real blessing in the daylight. So I do think though that just some restructuring or consideration of restructuring. I mean, I don't want, this is somewhat self-serving, but I also think that the community benefit and the staff benefit is there. I don't.
Yeah, Commissioner Porter?
Thank you. I believe I'm probably Commissioner Bennett's colleague. I manage a nonprofit, and Friday evenings is when these things occur. And so, you know, I oftentimes have a conflict on Friday evenings. And so, but thank you so much for bringing that up, Commissioner Bennett. I really appreciate that. And I feel, you know, very much aligned with that. And oftentimes we've got agenda items that are interspersed, you know, throughout both days that we oftentimes wrap up early. And then we have a long break because the next one is a time certain on the agenda for the public. And so if there's any way to maybe try to front load those onto, you know, the first day, and then I'm going to guess it's probably very possible, if not, you know, probable, you know, that you know, on a normal agenda week, we would probably wrap up, you know, in the early to mid afternoon on Friday rather than, you know, after 5 on Friday, which then puts those of us that travel for a late Friday night, right?
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. Obviously, this is a conversation that we want to have, you know, or Director Bateman involved in. But I did want to, since I heard you, I did want you to put it on the table, and I think it's a more in-depth conversation. You know, that the Tetris of agenda making is a real art, and sometimes you can tell what, you know, how things are going to turn out, and sometimes you can't. So I think it's worth. Unless Director Green wants to address it, I think that the Director Bateman can talk about how agendas come together, what the thinking is. I know one of the pieces is that we try to do the rulemaking pieces on Thursday in case there are shifts that we need to make that would happen overnight. So we still have Friday to do that. Or I think any hearings that have very close dates, so that you know, if we do on Friday and we can't get it done, then it then we, lose that extra day. So that's one of the things I know that happens. But otherwise, how to arrange those, I'm not, there certainly is a lot of thought that's given to it, but it's an art, not a science, for sure. So appreciate that. And yeah, so let's keep that on the table for a discussion, a very full discussion about how that comes together, and particularly the public comment piece. And that's something I think that we've toyed with in different ways, and it's continuing to land where it is, but I think it's a conversation that we can reopen. Deputy Director Green, did you have anything that you wanted to?
No, thank you, Charlotte. So, Vice Chair Boyer and Commissioners, it's the right discussion. It's Denise's life is that Tetris and with Director Bateman, but I've certainly taken note of Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner Porter's remarks and requests and suggestions, and I'll brief Director Bateman. And I'm not sure if she'll listen in full to this session. I almost hope not, but she would have to. She might want to, but I have robust notes, and Jess is taking notes, of course, of the meeting. So we'll be sure to brief her on this, and I suspect she'll work with the chair and certainly take this all under consideration. Thank you.
If it works, great. And if
Right.
not,
Yeah.
we'll press on.
Always worth a conversation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, let's move right through the outline here. So that would mean that the Budget and Management Committee update is next with Brandy Nichols. Right, let's see here.
All right, how's that? Loud enough? All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Brandy Nichols, the Chief Financial Officer here at DLCD. To start off the report, the Budget Subcommittee did meet earlier this week, actually on Tuesday, April 21st, to review DLCD's budget status for the current biennium. So the report that we discussed at that meeting and the report we're covering today covers the current biennium activity through February of 2026. And I can report that department expenditures occurred in general as expected through that time period. So first, I have a couple of highlights I'd like to share around the department's general fund budget. The 2026 legislative session concluded in early March, which you heard mentioned this morning. One of the outcomes of that session is that the state general fund is now back in balance for the current biennium. To achieve this rebalance, the legislature did have to implement modest reductions to agencies' budgets around the enterprise. DLCD saw two items selected off of the department's submitted reduction options list. The first of those items is that one newly created limited duration natural hazards mitigation planner position was eliminated. This position was actually unfilled due to the loss of federal grant funding that would have supported the position. And this position was designed to be funded 80% of position costs with that grant funding, and then 20% with general fund as the required match. So that's why this item was selected and helped contribute to rebalance the general fund. It was that general fund match piece. The second option that was selected is a reduction of $500,000 to the funding DLCD was provided for the department's middle housing rulemaking effort that came through House Bill 2138 in the 2025 session. I will remark and share as a note, this reduced funding level will not impair the department's ability to complete the body of work that was scheduled for this biennium under that project. This was an option that we had proposed, and with the work of Ethan Stuckmeyer in the Housing Division, figured out how to get the body of work done with a bit less funding. Also a piece of
Brandy,
good.
can I ask you a quick
Of course.
I just wanted to, do you know what the total budget for the 2138 rulemaking is?
The project budget specifically was originally given it's about 1.4 million.
Okay.
And a combination of that would go to consultants, technical advice there, outreach, and DOJ services. So started with 1.4 and cut that back.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Good question. Thank you. Also, another piece of good news related to these two reduction items, they are both directed at one-time funding items, one-time investments in the department's 2025-27 budget. So the good news around that is that these reductions do not actually affect the department's base budget as we look forward to the next biennium's budget build. We were also pleased to see that DLCD did not face a reduction to operations, services, and supplies coming out of the 2026 legislative session. So department managers have been working with our budget analyst team to shore up and refine their spending plans for the remainder of the biennium. So, of course, we will continue, as we always do, with a cost-conscious mindset, but with an unreduced services and supplies budget. We're happy to see that we can really focus on some different things. One would be meeting, foundational business support needs that the department has with items like IT equipment, IT software. We can focus on meeting program-specific needs as they go about doing the work that they do. For example, all of our regional positions and the travel and networking, time and investment that they need to make to keep those important connections going. We can look at supporting training and professional development opportunities for our staff, which those opportunities have been fairly limited in recent years. So it's nice to see we can shore that up a bit. And additionally, the department can look into opportunities for later this year to potentially hold 1 or 2 regional LCDC meetings and tours, which we've been, spending a lot of time in Salem recently. So we can explore a outward tour possibility there. All right, next I have, 2 updates related to the department's federal funding. The first around FEMA and the Natural Hazards Mitigation Program, we actually covered pretty thoroughly during the director's report. And so I'll just recap that quickly here for the purposes of this discussion. So we do know we've seen FEMA cancel the Building Resilient and Infrastructure Communities Funding Program. That was the annual recurring funding for DLCD's Hazards Mitigation Program. And so with the loss of that funding, we've been reporting and discussing that as of July of 2026, we knew that 3 DLCD positions would become defunded. They would have lost their funding. The good news that we were able to cover so well this morning in director's report is that those staff have all been able to find other opportunities to move on to. So we did not actually have to enact any layoffs. So yeah, that was good news, a relief. Of course, I mean, it's not the best news because we'd love to have those staff in our program, but for their sakes, it worked out, the best it could. My second update is around our annual funding award from NOAA for the Coastal Zone Management Program. Again, touched on that briefly this morning, but I have a few more details I'll share here. Following the direction from our contacts at NOAA, the department has submitted its CZM program and work plan budget for the next 2 years. And when that was submitted, we kept the budget amount level. So funding amount would be level with the award amount that we'd had for the current 2 years. That was the direction our NOAA contacts gave us. And with that setup, with that funding amount, we've done some internal analysis and kind of restructuring, better understanding what belongs in that budget, what fits in that budget, and what actually belongs and is charged for with the department's general fund budget. So all of that to be said, with that level funding amount, we do have a balanced budget for the CZM program. So that was good news to discover and to find. And now DLCD is awaiting the outcome of NOAA's fiscal year 2027 budget at the federal level. We know there's a lot of discussion. Things are happening. And the most recent news I read briefly didn't sound the best, but that's just a starting point. Nothing is set and decided yet. And in past years, we have seen the kickoff to the federal negotiations and discussions start on a negative tone and then resolve and work themselves out. So honestly, at this point, the department is just waiting. We're waiting to see what the outcome of that is to confirm what our funding amount will be.
Vice Chair Boyer?
And
That would be October, right? Before we hear that, or it would be September
The
for the federal?
July, this grant program, I know it's interesting. This grant program runs on a July through June calendar or fiscal year basis. So we should know the outcome a little sooner than that autumn. I know the autumn timeline that we expect. It's a lot for my team to keep straight too. You know, federal fiscal year, and then there's this July one. Yeah. All right. Oh, that's my turning to our grants program. Okay, turning to our grant programs. So as you can see, our various general fund grant programs and the Community Green Infrastructure Program have announced their funding awards for the biennium. And so those, the bulk of those funding amounts have been committed to projects and grants. You'll see there are a few modest contingency funding amounts remain, which is typical in case we encounter unexpected requests or unexpected needs from our city and county partners as we move through the biennium and their projects. Department staff are actively working to execute these funding agreements with the various award recipients. And again, Deputy Director Green had mentioned that this morning in Director's Report, how busy our contracting and procurements team has been getting those awards in place. A reminder note about the wetlands planning technical assistance. Again, that is a new grant program for this biennium, just started with our 2025-27 budget. And so department staff are continuing to work through program launch, and we're just starting to be able to get those funding awards in place. So we'll see some more activity in that program, and with our next budget report, the numbers here in this table will update. Around the Housing Accountability and Production Program. One first round of grant awards for this biennium has been announced, and that team is working to get those funding awards in place. And the HAPA group is also gearing up to launch a new solicitation for a new round of grant awards. And so future budget reports will come, this table will be updated once those awards are announced and project funding commitments are in place. I will also share a reminder note about that Housing Accountability and Production Grant Fund. That money is given to DLCD in a way where we are able to hold that and carry that in a special dedicated fund. And so this is a program where projects can start during this biennium and continue over into the 2027-29 biennium. And that unspent funding that we have in that fund, we will retain and hold on and are able to spend that out until the funding's gone and the projects are completed. All right, that is my update for this month. And unless there's any question, well, I'm happy to take questions. I will share one last note. The next budget update I will be back to share with you will be at the August meeting.
Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions or comments for the budget? Commissioner Bennett.
Yes, if for some reason the NOAA funding did not come through, is that the entire coastal management program? Or is it just a segment of it?
Chair, Commissioners, thank you. That funding program, that annual award does support 13 positions in the coastal division. And that is the entirety of that division. Yes.
Do we have a backup plan?
Well, Commissioner Chair, thank you for the question. The department has been thinking and plotting and devising contingency scenarios in case this funding doesn't go our way. So we do have some ideas in mind.
I may. Chair, thank you. Vice Chair Boyer and was it Commissioner Thompson asked about backup? Thanks, Brandy, for the excellent presentation. It would be catastrophic for the coastal program. Manager Phipps is here in the room, and we would not be able to provide we wouldn't be able to maintain the coastal program in the way that it is today, with federal consistency of federal actions based on a networked program of 11 state agencies and I think 41 cities and counties. It's an extensive, deep and network program, one of many around the nation, of course, the nation's shoreline. So if it et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, with Sea Grant and other, programs that are funded by the federal government there. So it would be deeply catastrophic. And I can say that Lisa's had to withstand considerable stress. Unfortunately, with those budgets moving through, I want to commend her for maintaining her professionality and support for her staff during this time, all these months of ebbs and flows. It's so you can see there's no turnover in her group. No one's leaving, even with the threat of, leaving the entire funding. No one budged an inch. So commendations to Lisa and her work. And thank you, Brandy, for helping us keep breathing that entire time.
Right. It's, that's a difficult, it's a difficult situation to be in. And, the loss of that funding, right, that is the entire program. So we would have to look, at how we would get that work done entirely differently and what sort of support we could find maybe around the state. And so it's, hopefully it doesn't come to that. And also, I think as a department, we try to manage the risk and the discussion and the concern because it's, we've seen bad news and then it's leveled back out. And we've, seen bad news on the federal side and then it's leveled back out. So please, yes.
That
Deputy
is
Director
true.
Green,
Could
please
we
add.
invite, Chair, Manager Phipps up to just address this is unfortunately all too regular, but I think because she's here and has weathered it, if she could come up and just speak to this
Please.
point. She just sent a message to her staff about this very issue. So that maybe you could speak to it. Thanks, Chair.
Very short.
That's okay, Chair.
Sorry. For the record, Lisa Phipps, manager for the Oregon Coastal Management Program and the Ocean and Coastal Services Division. Thank you for allowing me to come up here, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, and the Commission. The Coastal Zone Management grant that we get that covers capacity funds 10 positions right now. The other 4 positions are funded by other grant sources, but through NOAA and limited. So those positions have an end date at this point in time. If we were to lose the capacity grant, that would effectively eliminate the administrative arm of the Coastal Management Program. What's interesting is that the Coastal Management Program will still exist. It will be an unfunded mandate to the states. Other states have different funding mechanisms, like Washington, the state invests 50% funding to match the coastal management grant. So each person, I'm oversimplifying, but each person is paid 50-50. So there's a state portion covering those positions, and it also allows them, of course, to build added capacity. And for Oregon, it covers almost, not all, the entirety of the 10 positions that we have. There is some program funding that goes from the agency to support the regional reps. There's a certain percentage, and the coastal shores specialist, because those positions provide services that also reflect the whole agency outside of what we would just do normally within the coastal management program. You could argue that that is all the positions, but I'm grateful that we get those 3. So yeah, it's very complicated. This isn't the first time that the president's budget has started with a 0, and not just this administration. So, I mean, it has happened before. We get the luxury of enjoying across the aisle support at the federal level. And the Sea Grant program, the NEARS, the National Estuarine Research Reserve Program, they find themselves in a similar situation right now, as showing zeroed out. The NOAA budget, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration budget for the coastal program within NOAA has received a $13 million reduction. So it went from 51 million down to 38 million proposed. They've also had a 30% reduction in workforce. And so if something like that were to continue, then our partnership at NOAA would be very strained. They're already struggling in the coastal management program to keep up with the needs. We're really seeing it as they process grants and try to get money out the door. So it's very, there's there's so many pieces of this puzzle that have to come together to keep everything functioning. Right now, we're just grateful to get flat funding. It ends up being a reduction, right? Costs continue to rise, and we stay at 2020 levels, but at the same time, it's something, and it is substantive, and we've been able to make it work to keep the program whole, and we see that happening not only this year, assuming flat funding, but into 27 as well, and then with that, and just the added complication that Oregon has that no other state has, is the CESAR reductions. So the coastal zone reauthorizations amendment, let's see, Coastal Zone Act reauthorization amendments. It's a problem when you start referencing everything by an acronym, you forget what it stands for. But we've lost 30% of our funding as a result of a disapproved non-point pollution control program. And so a package from DEQ with a lot of work from the Department of Forestry and Department of Agriculture, and of course ourselves. A package was submitted to the Environmental Protection Agency last fall. I'm sorry, I just had to think. Last fall, right before the shutdown, and the shutdown threw many wrenches into many things. This was one of them. And the timeline had gone from maybe being completed sometime in 2027, where it goes through the public process for public comment, and then a final decision being issued by EPA. Now, my guess is we're looking more into 2028. So this timeline, that reduction, if and when we get it back, will be huge, because we've been operating with a 30% reduction and flat funding. So that is just going to be an incredible boost to the program, and something that we're hopeful we'll be able to make it through. So there's a lot of pieces that we're juggling with here. So I'm sorry I took too much time.
Thank you. Lisa, appreciate that, Commissioner Thompson.
Well, thank you. Very interesting. I saw last night an email about some additional DEQ fines for some fish processing plants up and down the coast. Is that part of this CESAR stuff?
Chair Lazo, Commissioner Thompson, thank you for the question. No, those are unrelated. Yeah.
Okay, follow up then. There is considerable consternation from certain political operatives in who are busy wanting to gobsmack DEQ as a form of retaliation. It must be Friday, right? I mean, how do we support the health of the ocean program and the health of the ocean and still support functioning industries?
Well, thank you, Chair, Commissioner Thompson. Thanks for the softball there. Well, so DEQ is also an affected party in this disapproval of the Coastal Non-Point Pollution Program, and they too received a 30% reduction back in 2015, which effectively eliminated their Section 319 of the Clean Water Act funding that went towards voluntary efforts for clean water. So it would fund restoration projects, riparian enhancements, that type of thing. That program was effectively decimated in an attempt to keep the agency whole. That had to happen. They are experiencing the same crunch we are in that program, and we work together where they're part of the Oregon Coastal Management Program network. So it behooves us to support them, period, because they are our clean water entity. When I have to be, I'm trying to be really thoughtful here. that seem to feel counter to industry doesn't make the regulation bad necessarily. And so really understanding what the issues are and how the regulations are playing into it and what they're protecting or what the goal of those regulations are and how industry could be meeting those regulations, those are all parts of the conversation I think that you have to have before you can say the regulation itself is a bad idea.
Thank you. Let's move towards wrap up. This is pretty far off topic from
I
the
know.
budget, but do you have something quick or?
It's just that these are the things that can destroy a community and an economy. So I wanted to highlight it, even though it was difficult, even though it's far afield, but this is part of what Commissioner Bennett's been talking about and how we function. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Quickly.
Vice Chair
First of all, Lisa, great catch. That softball. Good job. A quick question. So is there a possibility to tap into the PCRF funds at all, the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds?
Yeah, so those are pretty focused and they run through
They might have
OM
to
and
know
they're,
creativity comes in.
yeah, I don't think that there's enough creativity to be able to have it fill the whole gap. Yeah. Yeah, but we are looking at those other pieces, but the federal government as a whole in the resource arena is just challenged right now. So those become fewer and far between. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Sorry.
Great. Thanks.
Lisa.
Deputy Director Green, I'm curious also about, does our legislative team operate at the federal level? So are we advocating with our state delegation? Are they aware of the impact of the loss of funding at the federal level?
Thank you, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, members of the commission. Yes, the governor's office actually. It's not our team. It's the governor's office team with the federal delegation. They've been very supportive of maintaining the coastal program funding. Thank you.
Andy, anything else from you?
Oh, that's all I had. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. All right, a few more items on the commission business. Section 3 lists the upcoming commission. Oh, Brandy, so we will have an update in August. We will know about this NOAA funding, correct? Potentially.
Chair Lazo, yes, I believe we should.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the upcoming commission calendar, just note that we have a virtual meeting scheduled for July 29th, and I think it's specifically the hearing on the Oregon Homes rulemaking, and I'm continue to look around the room for somebody that will confirm that, and Ethan's there. But yes, so that's what specifically what that is. It's a hearing on the rules that will, the draft rules for the Oregon Homes program. So we should see those prior to that point, and actually, as a member of the RAC, I think that those came out this week, just came out for the RAC folks. And then as Brandy mentioned, there's the potential, and I stalled really there, it says TBD there for location for our August, October, and December meetings that we may be on the road for those, although unlikely in December, I would think. Yeah, so duly noted that, yeah, December probably not the month we want to travel.
I made sure, Lazo. Just Kirsten here. I know that Director Bateman's been thinking about locations and working with regional representatives, and I know that Eugene is a location. So, we wouldn't probably go to Southeastern Oregon in December, but please stay tuned. I don't want to preclude anything quite yet, but yeah, thank you. Were we?
I don't, yeah,
Where
we landed is the issue as
were
far as
we in
getting our folks there.
Weren't we in Coos Bay in January at one point? I think pretty recently.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hardy folk, but we want to be safe first. So thank you. for it.
All right, so note those dates there. They've been out and published for a while. All right, section 4, let's move on to the matrix of commissioner assignments. It is in your packet. So just glance at that. And I think the one thing that we might talk about here, and I'm pausing to see. I don't think is it listed on here yet? The,
Sorry, you can if you could, Chair Lazo, just pencil it in mentally. We don't have a row there. Just imagine it to be the last row. Forgive, please.
what we were talking about is adding the rulemaking that we initiated yesterday for the unincorporated communities, the housing in unincorporated communities. And Commissioner Bennett and Vice Chair Boyer have expressed an interest in code liaisoning. That's the thing, that rack. So we'll add that to the matrix.
Thank you.
Any other, Deputy Green, Dr. Green, are you aware of anything else that we need to address in the matrix at this point?
Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, members of the commission, I understand that it's Director Bateman's recommendation to hold on other assignments until we have our new commissioner in June, hopefully. There might be a commissioner that wants to support the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking that you initiated yesterday. It should be quite a light project, but that would be welcome. But let director come back into June with that, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I was trying to think back to yesterday, what we initiated and that so we are calling it a CFAC follow-up rulemaking for, okay.
You can certainly call it that. And Chair Lazo, you will hear today in June rather, I'm sorry, you'll hear an initiation for the update of the the territorial C plan. We have 2 TSPs in our family here. That rulemaking sort of advisory body is the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, and Commissioner Thompson kindly is already liaisoning with that committee. So that one's taken care of, but we will get a full update for you for the June meeting. So you have all the new appointments, all the new initiatives that will be covered in the policy agenda reflected on this liaison assignment. So there's been quite a bit of change. Thank you.
Anything else on Commissioner Liaison matrix? I will note, Commissioner Warren, I don't know if you watched any of the proceedings or looked at your packet yesterday with regard to the, I know that you were one of the CFAC liaisons, and so I don't know if you have an interest potentially in that follow-up work. You don't have to answer now, but just want to make sure you were aware of what took place yesterday. Great. Okay, and then let's see, the item, let me scroll back up to the top. Well, I think we have a couple of items. So how are we going to proceed on item 5, Deputy Director Green?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Lozo.
Sadie's on.
Yes, thank you. We will take a pause on that community engagement guidelines. Sadie has family members who have been struggling with not feeling well, so I'm glad to see you here, Sadie. I chatted with Alexis this morning. Sadie, we'll move that forward to a future meeting. We want to check a few things with the Office of Cultural Change before we come back to you with that. So sorry for the update, Sadie, and I didn't reach out to you on that, but thank you for being with us here. Are there any other updates you want to make for the CIAC, Sadie? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Green. Good morning, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, members of the commission. For the record, Sadie Carney. I'm our Communications and Engagement Manager with DLCD. I would just say in other updates, first, thank you for the engaging and productive joint meeting in February. I'm looking forward to debriefing with our CIAC members at our May meeting, which happens May 29th, about a month from now. And right now we have our application period open for the Achievement in Community Engagement Awards. That's open through the 11th of May. So we have our regional representatives and the League of Oregon Cities and Association of Counties kind of all helping us put the word out. And so we're hoping to have some good applications around that to report back to commission with this year's recognized projects. And I think that absent an update on the community engagement guidelines, that is it for me. And I'm also very, very sad to have missed Take Your Child to Work Day yesterday, and my kids are too, but everyone has tested positive for influenza B. So I think you're glad we're not there.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, we missed you yesterday, and it was a fun activity. So, as you heard, great. Thanks for the update, Sadie, and we'll come back to the community engagement guidelines document another time. Okay. And then the Local Officials Advisory Committee, anything from you, Deputy Director Green, or from Commissioner Bennett on updates on them?
Thank you, Chair Lazo, and I welcome remarks from Commissioner Bennett. You kindly attended our last meeting. We do have new officers elected at LOAC. Jess helps us with this committee, keeping it running. So we have Hood River County Commission Chair Jennifer Ewer is now going to chair LOAC as well for the next 2 years, and the vice chair will be also a Coastie. City of Astoria Councilor Elizabeth Adams will be the vice chair. So we have nice leadership there. We want to thank Chair Wise and absentia for her leadership from Benton County for the last 4 years, and also Vice Chair Rory Bielasowski, Mayor of Tigard, for his vice chairmanship these last 2 years. We also welcome, thank you for your appointments, Coos Bay County Commissioner Drew Farmer and Tillamook County Planning Director Sarah Absher at the meeting. And I think, Commissioner Bennett, thank you for making the recommendation to add City and County Planning Director. It was beyond time, so thank you as part of our reboot of LOAC. It was great to have Community Development Director Absher there, and she definitely added some depth. We think we need to add some time for the meetings because now we have third-party practitioner guidance at the table, which is fantastic. We're still waiting for the city appointee for their planning director.
Thank you, Deputy Director. It was really exciting. I mean, both Commissioner Farmer and Planning Director jumped right in and I mean, really engaged, and it was, there wasn't any holding back, but as the Deputy Director mentioned, our meeting really went a lot longer, and it was just barely, we closed it out, but it was squeaky. But I thought it was pretty exciting that there wasn't the lag of first meeting. Everybody just sat around. They were prepared and engaged.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, that I think is the last item in our commission business agenda item. So we will take a break from, let's see, Denise, what time should we return?
We're scheduled to return at 10:45 and it's 10:32.
Can we come back at 10:45? Does that work? Okay. So we will return at 10:45 with agenda item number 10, the key performance measures, or KPMs as we refer to them. All right, see you soon. Thank you, Denise. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are back from our break and moving on to our next agenda item. So up next, we're going to hear from Alexis Hammer on item number 10, key performance measures. Alexis.
Thank you, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Alexis Hammer. I'm the Legislative and Policy Manager at DLCD. And today I'm going to review our proposal for update to the agency's key performance measures. These measures ride along with our budget and are reviewed by the Ways and Means Committee as they're considering funding proposals and, refreshing our budget as they do every biennium. So the process here is that after this meeting, we'll be submitting our KPMs by the 27th. So it's a very quick, tight turnaround. We can make some changes between now and submitting them. So your input is, ripe for actual updates on what we're doing here. And we will then be working with the Department of Administrative Services and eventually the Legislative Fiscal Office to have these recommended to the Ways and Means Committee with some potential for modifications along the way based on their input. But this is the starting point is on the 27th, us submitting these proposals for changes. So I'll remind folks of the principles that we talked about as we were developing these key performance measures. So we want to make sure that the KPMs measure agency action. They're long-term metrics that provide a perspective on meaningful progress of the agency in fulfilling our mission, and that they are key indicators of land use system function while not being redundant to department reports. And one other thing to say here, but I'll probably come back to it. So with that, I will dive in and talk about, as I'm walking through these, I will highlight what the current KPM is, and then whether we're proposing changes, deleting, and where we'll recommend moving towards. Oh, the one thing I was going to mention is that part of the reason we're doing this is because a lot of our KPMs over time have, I would like to call it, have grown stale, or we've realized that they're rather cumbersome and hard to communicate about with the legislature and are not really providing meaningful feedback and reflecting the work of the department. So this effort, as you'll see for yourself in what we're proposing, is hopefully reflecting a little bit more of a KPMs that are meaningful. So the first KPM, KPM 1, is employment land supply. It currently reads that.
If I just want to remind commissioners that the piece you're going through will start on like page 25 of our staff report. Yes. And so it's a little, I found it a little unusual that the stuff is way in the back this time. So just wanted to let folks find that spot.
Thank you, Chair. Good flag. So, and also if folks want to interrupt me as we're going through, it's probably better to just interrupt me for questions rather than wait till the end. So the current one reads that the percent of cities above 10,000 that have an adequate supply of land for industrial and other employment needs to implement their local economic development plan. And the proposed change that we're recommending here is to first change the title from employment land supply to planning for economic growth, and to also include cities within Metro's urban growth boundary, because the current metric excludes cities that are within Metro's urban growth boundary. And we also are proposing to change the bold in the current text to delete that and replace it with have completed an economic opportunities analysis in the last 10 years, which is not a change. That is how we measure the current one, but it's more descriptive of what we're actually measuring rather than a more normative judgment on whether there's an adequate supply of land. So just trying to add some clarity to that one, not major changes other than adding the cities inside of Metro. Keep moving, but yeah, feel free to interrupt with questions. The key performance metric number 2 is similar. It is called housing land supply currently, and it reads the percent of cities that have an adequate supply of buildable residential land to meet housing needs. Our proposal is to change it to measure the percent of jurisdictions in compliance that are required to have a housing capacity analysis and housing production strategy under the Oregon Housing Needs Analysis, or ONA. And we're also proposing to change the title to Housing Capacity and Production. And this one really reflects the change of the land use system to be focused on Goal 10's change of not just thinking about land supply, but the whole spectrum of work that needs to flow into housing production, including buildable land, but also housing production strategies. So it's really measuring a more robust set of actions that local governments are taking and whether the department is working with those local governments to achieve compliance. KPM number 3 currently is public facilities plans, and it read.
I'm trying to formulate what my question was. Could you go on the housing capacity and production one? So that will I know that one of the goals here is to have a long-term measure. So will any of these have measures that are kind of looking back, and then like the previous one? You said it doesn't change what we're measuring, right? Just kind of change the title and the description. So will we use the historical data as well as the data moving forward to frame that measure?
We will, Chair Lazo, great question. The measures, in every report, we have like a look back of the last 5 years and how we've been doing over time. So you will see that in the annual performance measure report.
Okay, so that's really what frames the question for that, because this one won't have that then, right? Because it's, or will you incorporate the HCAs that were required and make a note that says this is pre-ONA? So I'm just curious about how that measurement will work since it's a new one.
In this case, yeah, you're correct that for the ones that are measuring new things, we would be starting now and moving forward, but we would have, in the long run, we will have backwards looking data on how we're doing, but it will take some time to see a trajectory.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So KPM 3 is on public facilities plans, and it reads the percent of cities that have updated their local plan to include reasonable cost estimates and funding plans for sewer and water systems. Our proposal is to change this one also to reflect ONA to measure the percent of cities in compliance that are required to have development-ready lands inventory under ONA, and change the title to public facilities planning. This one is, again, kind of updating to reflect modern statutory requirements of the department and to be more focused on the interrelationship that we have with cities and how we can support their compliance with state law.
Mr. Porter?
Thank you. So to get rid of the language that would have reasonable cost estimates, what was the thought behind deleting that part of the description?
So I think I am not the expert on this KPM, and we have experts in the department that review the data and help us make the report every year. But it is, I would say, very challenging to do to estimate the reasonableness of the cost estimates of these public facilities plans throughout the state every year. And this is what we're doing here, which we're with tracking the development ready lands, is something that we will be actively working on with with local planning departments as they're working on that. So it'll be a much more engaged process where we are thoroughly checking what is in their development ready plans rather than more cursory looks at their CIPs or their funding plans.
And I suppose the cost estimates vary widely from year to year. So, I mean, having to update that all the time, I imagine it'd be kind of a real burden. But it's long as they're tracking it and have an idea of what they need. Thanks.
Yep. Great. So KPM number 4 currently is transit supportive land use. And it reads the percent of urban areas with a population greater than 25,000 that have adopted transit supportive land use regulations. And I'll note that this one has been relatively flat for a long period of time. And it's because cities came into compliance with rules in the transportation planning rule. Most cities have been in compliance since the 90s, and it has been a very static. And the only change is when a new city enters that 25,000 category, and it hasn't yet adopted the transit supportive land use regulations. And so they have, usually within a year come into compliance, and then we're back up to like 100%. And the proposal is to replace the measurement of cities and metropolitan areas with transportation system plans that meet updated standards as a percentage of cities required to do so in the transportation planning rule. And this is written a little bit vaguely because it refers to updated standards in the transportation planning rule, but that really is designed to reflect the climate-friendly and equitable communities rules and program that we have. So it's basically assessing cities' compliance with our CFEC program.
I think to me, this is one that's interesting in that it's a little bit of a shift away from when we measure things, there's an intent for them to they put some priority on them, right? And so this shifts away from just the transit specific piece to the broader CFEC work, right? Which obviously includes, potentially transit supportive work, but also includes other measures. So it's interesting but maybe that transit was just too narrow to capture all the possibilities that exist under the work we're doing.
It's a great point, Chair Lazo. And yeah, I was tempted to rename this one like multimodal transportation planning. And it could have been that, but I think this still, and actually I didn't put it in this slide, but we actually are proposing to change it to transportation system plan. What is the
Transportation system plans?
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Right. Any other questions on this one? So KPM number 5 is called transportation facilities, and it currently reads the % of urban areas that have updated the local plan to include reasonable cost estimates and funding plans for transportation facilities. This suffered from the same problem as the public facilities plan that we talked about earlier, where it was a really cursory evaluation that we were doing and not very meaningful and not reflecting real department work. So we're proposing just deleting this one and having only the other transportation focused one going forward. KPM number 6 is titled Urban Growth Boundaries. And it currently reads the % of land added to urban growth boundaries that is not farm or forest land. And the current target for this one is 55%. So it creates a lot of confusion every single time we bring this one up, because the goal is to have a lower percentage, and it also is this kind of it reads kind of like a double negative, and it's just relatively confusing. So we're proposing deleting it because of the confusion that it generates, but do not want to lose the importance of trying to evaluate urban growth boundary work. And we're proposing to eventually, we're going to bring this back in 2029. And we need more time to work on whether we have appropriate data, or like how much work it would take to get appropriate data related to when a city has expanded its urban growth boundary, how they're doing it annexing that land. Because that is really a crucial component of, whether an urban growth boundary is functioning. And we want to keep an eye on urban growth boundaries, but we feel like this KPM actually generates more confusion. And it also can lead to some years, there might be a city that has undergone a large urban growth boundary expansions, perhaps like in the valley, that is surrounded by lots of resource land, and they had no other option other than to expand onto resource land. And therefore, that year, we might have a huge % of land that is above or coming from resource land into urban growth boundaries, and it's due to no fault of a city or the department, and it's not really reflecting our work. So.
Curious, because it seems like this wanted to measure the loss of, like I said, resource land to UGB expansion, but we also have a similar similar KPMs specifically for farmland and forest land later. So that measures something slightly different. You know, it might measure the overall loss of farm and forest land to other kinds of uses, not other kinds of impacts, not just UGB expansions. So I don't, you know, I think if this one is truly about urban growth boundaries, you know, I wonder if there's any value in something like just the total increase every year of UGB land, just pure acreage, right? And you're right, it might be skewed if there's one big piece that gets added in one year, but it also might show a trend over time. Again, it'd be a Rorschach test a little bit about UGB, about whether or not the number's not going to go down, but at what rate it is increasing. And, you know, obviously that the UGB becomes a focal point of a lot of conversations. And so I don't know if that data is valuable or not in the UGB conversation, if that's what this is about. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I think with the last two sessions of the legislature where they've granted various UGB expansion components, it would be valuable, and even waiting all the way to 29 seems a long time. I was just, you know, because reflecting just on the recent, there's the 100-acre one, there's the 10-acre one, and there was all these other, obviously you have better track than I do, but I know there was a number of them out there. And, you know, had there been the Hillsborough one, there would have been a lot of different, and I think since one school of thought is that we need to keep expanding the UGBs for buildable lands, tracking that is really crucial. It seems like normally I would agree, but with the current climate, it has a higher degree of urgency, I really believe, at this juncture. And maybe that's just from sitting from my window in Eastern Oregon.
Vice Chair Boyer?
Yeah, 2029 struck me as a little too long also. Not to put more work on you, but I do think with the climate and the swift moving of some of these, some of the things that have happened during legislation, I think this is pretty important.
Very well. I'll just say, Chair, Commissioners, I think those are great points, and this is one that we'll come back to. Without Director Bateman here, I can't make any commitments, but I will say that you're making great points, and this is one I'll look at real closely in the next basically 48 hours for work hours.
Deputy Director
Yeah,
Green?
no, it's a good point. Yeah.
Bennett?
Deputy Director,
sorry. What, Commissioner Warren, do you want to go, or Commissioner Bennett?
I was just going to say I lost audio there for a minute, so I'm not sure if there's tech issues going on or what.
Oh,
It's still not a.
Deputy Director Green's mic was not working.
Sorry about that, Chair Lazo and Commissioner Warren. Just mentioning that even if we can't just work quickly to come up with something in the next 48 hours to submit to legislature on their timeline for this KPM change, we can we can still figure it out, start reporting on it, report on it in the Farm Forest report and in other means before the deadlines associated with the 2029 session, which is what's represented there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Director, I was thinking broader than just resource lands, just lands in general that are pulled into UGB, because I think that is such an important educational piece
Mhm.
in the current climate when
Mhm.
people are saying, we just got to have more ground. And, you know, in some cases that's true, but in other cases, maybe they need to fix the infrastructure of what they already have. So I think that we just need to get that message out. You know, if we're adding 200 acres, 2,000 acres, even if resource or non-resource, obviously
Mhm.
there's a higher sensitivity for resource ground, but still, if you're pulling in other lands for some reason.
I see to make that change right now. Thank you. So certainly defer to Director and to Alexis. Thank you.
All right. And I also will note, I misspoke earlier. It is actually April 30th. So we have 3 whole days extra to make some of these changes. So we'll be considering that strongly. Thank you for all the input. Really
Are you
appreciate
saying,
it.
Alexis, that there's an opportunity then that you might be able to change that one, or?
I think we'll have to talk with the director, but I wouldn't say it's impossible. So we'll see what we can do and who we can bring in to get the conversation with enough time. Thank you. I'll move on to KPM 7, 8, and 9, which are real easy. They're required by the legislature, and we will not be changing them. But they deal with grant awards, customer service, and best practices. They're part of the best practices review, like survey that you get on an annual basis. So no changes on those, and we can't change them.
Thompson.
Well, thank you. So best practices. Can you remind me a little more about what that means, please?
Chair Lazo, Commissioner Thompson, I don't have a solid grasp of all of the questions they ask, but you would become aware of these in the annual survey that you get because they're about best practices for commissions. And so there is an annual survey that you will receive that is what we measure, is basically how you respond equals the how we get measured. And I don't know if Brandy has a clear idea of what's on a sheet.
Yeah, Alexis, Chair, if I may, those are, you fill those out every year. Thank you. You've been very kind. We've been scoring 100%, but these are like involving the commission in the budget development process, keeping the commission informed. So there's stock questions that are asked of all agencies that commissioners fill out, I think annually. Yeah, thank you.
If I may, the issue with questions like that is that how do we look constructively at ways to improve? Because nobody, I think, wants to be the one who goes, yeah, we got a problem here, or we could do this better. Are we doing the right thing? Are we doing it in the right way? You know what I mean? So I like a free-flowing discussion where we can say, let's look together at ways we'd like to improve. And I don't know that KPMs lend themselves to that, because my sense has always been, you better show up good or you're really in funding trouble with the legislature. I'd just like to distinguish between what we do as, I want to call it a tool to get legislative support, as distinct from how do we open ourselves up to a discussion that's more vulnerable and is geared toward asking for ways to improve. So I don't want to lose that other dimension. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Director Bateman is in the house now, so she'll be taking your place soon. I don't want to speak for her, but to Commissioner Thompson's point, I would strongly encourage that discussion. And at the a couple of opportunities certainly, or at the retreat, at your one-on-ones, talking to the chair, talking to the director's review, I would, all those managerial mechanisms, I would say absolutely please do. Thank you. Thanks for the distinction. So definitely yes and.
Yeah, and I think that survey, that annual survey, I think is actually that spot, and it is connected to this set of KPMs. So I think it's an interesting potential follow-on conversation about how we actually use that thing, right? How it actually gets used to improve the agency work. Appreciate that. Oh, I didn't know that we couldn't change these though. So.
All right, I'll move on. And the last two are very similar, and they deal with farmland and forest land. Their titles are farmland and forest land. And they read the percent of farm in KPM 10 and forest in KPM 11. The percent of farm or forest land zoned for exclusive farm use in 1987 that retains that zoning accounts for the conversion of exclusive farm use zoned lands resulting from expansion of urban growth boundaries and changes in zoning. And I'll just jump into the proposed and then talk about it a little bit more. We're proposing a slight change here to amount of land removed from farm or forest zoning due to a zone change or urban growth boundary expansion during the reporting period compared to the historical average over 10 years. And the rationale behind that is that so of the millions of acres of exclusive farm use or forest zone land throughout the state, the changes every single year are minuscule. And it's like since 1987, we've retained 99.7%, or it's a very high number. And it's not like year-to-year change is not meaningful, and you're not seeing any real ticks or changes, and it's not reflecting the performance of the land use system. And so, and this is also getting to your point, Chair Lazo, about the going back around urban growth boundaries and reviewing how much conversion we're seeing. And as we report on this, if we're talking about comparing it to a 10-year average of the number of acres, it will allow us to explain this year was high. We might have seen more because there was a large urban growth boundary expansion. And we lost more land. So it would still capture some of that was discussed earlier in the urban growth boundary piece. And we just think it would be a far more meaningful metric to look at the historic 10-year average and compare ourselves to that rather than this huge, just a minuscule changes in a huge number, which is, it's 99.7 every single year.
Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, you made a great presentation to LOAC, and they were in support. The Deputy Director and I were both in attendance, but one of the members shot me some questions, and I think they really need to be addressed by you rather than me to make wild guesses. What is the 10-year period? Is it a rolling 10 years? Is it the 10 years set in stone? And is it 10 years after Senate Bill 100? So what are you, or what is the department envisioning as that 10-year decade period?
Chair Lazo, Commissioner Bennett, great question. And this is going to be a static 10 years. So I think would take the last 10 years. So I think the reporting period would be 2016 to 2026. And that would be for as long as we have this KPM, the standard that we are reviewing against. Yep. And that would give us a baseline to be measuring consistently, and that we would know compared to that 10-year period, how we're doing. So it is a snapshot, but it wouldn't go all the way back to the beginning of the land use system.
Commissioner Bennett, you said the word previous, and I think that's not what Alexis is saying, I think, right? It's not a rolling look back of 10 years. It's a static 10-year period. If this is implemented in 27, it would be a 10-year period from 16 to 26, which is that what you're understanding? Because it sounds like, I think, because I'm also envisioning it as a potential previous 10-year look back that rolls every biennium, which would give you I guess, I don't know if it would. It would give you a trend, right? Potentially.
It would give you a trend.
It would give you a trend.
But you also still have the baseline of going back all the way to Senate Bill 100, which is the 99. But then you're showing whether or not all of a sudden you're changing the trending.
Mike.
I'm sorry. You would go all the way back to Senate Bill 100, which is one measurement, which is there forever. But then you would then currently, by doing the 10-year, the decade, which would be moving ahead in 27, it'd go back to 17. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think you're
26 to 16, 27 to 17?
No, no, no. Can I
Yeah.
start? Or is it Chair Bennett or Commissioner Bennett, Chair Lazo? Great discussion, and this is confusing. I would say the proposal is to hold the average, capture the average between 2016 and 2026. So if the average is 500 acres per year, that's just a number out of the sky. But, and in 2027, we have 600 acres that would be above that 500. 2028 would be 1,000 acres that would be above that 500, but that 500 would stay static, and that's just the average of that 10-year period, not looking at individual years. If I'm
Reporter also looks puzzled.
No, I thought I had it. I thought I had it and now I don't. So the average increase in acres would continue to rise. Each year wouldn't be, each subsequent year to that 10-year block that you're going to take the average from, right? So I'm butchering this, but each year that you do this analysis would be higher than the previous, because that number is going to continue to grow, right?
the average number will stay, Commissioner Porter, the average number will stay the same because we're using the annual average from 2016 to 26. And if we're measuring this in 2055, and if we keep this in KPM until then, we'll still be using the year 2016 to 2026. And so that number will stay static. Let's say it's 500. And we'll be comparing it'll be using that as a baseline so that we have a consistent metric that we're seeing if we're above or below.
Okay, so the additional acres taken out of production then will always continue to grow. Because you're going to compare it back to that original initial 10-year average, right?
So we will, I think that we will no longer be looking at like the total number of acres taken out of production. We will instead be looking at it relative to how many acres in any given year were taken out compared to the average of this given 10-year period. Is that?
So that number always gets bigger. Assuming that every, no, okay.
The number would only be the number of acres taken out of production in zoned differently in that 1-year reporting period. We're not looking at the total cumulative total of acres taken out since 2020. Is that helpful?
Cumulative was the word that I should have used. Thank you for grabbing it, Alexis. I appreciate it. It made all the difference.
Great.
Mr. Thompson, or we want to welcome Director Bateman back. Thank you for joining us.
Well, this is interesting to me because when I listen to the concerns of farmers, they're talking about land that's taking out of production, which in my mind is distinct from the metric we have here, which is only talking about acres in UGB. So we're dealing with, in one way, in my mind, theory, abstraction, and reality of how much farmland is actually in use. I know that one of the concerns I've had is, I would call them trophy farms. Okay? Trophy farms, where the zoning may remain the same, but the functionality, the use of the land and the proportion of the land that's devoted to big houses is the metric that would matter. I don't know that we have any interest or ability to make those kinds of measurements, but as I've listened to the feedback we've had from concerned people, I would say, that occurs to me to be what they're concerned about. Is there any appetite for creating a metric for that to address those concerns, or is that just a red hot third rail?
Mr. Thompson's a great question. I would say that taking land out of production question is captured in things like the USDA agricultural census. And what we're trying to measure here is only things that reflect actions of the department And land coming in and out of production can happen, land that remains zoned EFU can come in and out of production. And it's important for us to keep focused on the land use system, and that, knowing that the land that comes out of production still has the ability to be farmed is important. And I think you're totally right that, a lot of folks are really keyed in on, this, whether land is in production or not. However, our goal in these metrics is only to capture things that are reflective of the work of the land use system in the department.
Commissioner Thompson, do you have a follow-up, and then Commissioner Porter?
Well, does that mean that we can send those concerns over to a different department? I mean, I want to be respectful always to the input we're receiving, but if it's not within the scope of our authority, the span of our control, I would rather have them put their attention, call attention to this with the appropriate venue to the appropriate regulators. Thank you.
And I would like to rescind the words that I used saying out of production, because obviously that's creating other confusion, because it may be out of production, but it's available for production, right? So let me just rescind those words, because I think I even added more confusion because of that. So scratch that.
Director Bateman?
Thank you. Good morning, Commission. For the record, Director Bateman. Brenda Bateman, Director of DLCD. I just wanted to note that point that you've brought up, Commissioner Thompson, is exactly where we get stuck, or where we stop every time I present these KPMs to the legislature and we're in front of a committee and they say this is all well and good, but we're fully aware that the legislature has said additional uses may take place in these zones, and they're not the farming uses that you think of, right? There are additional uses as well. That's precisely where the conversation gets stuck every time. There is another indicator of that, and we do track the additional uses that have been brought in to the portfolio by the legislature through our Farm and Forest report. And so that's a really good place to track those pieces as well. So you can see the trend, more qualitative than quantitative probably, but you can see over the years the additional uses that have been added to EFU, and that's where we tend to point folks to get a sense of what's going on in that arena.
Thank you, Director Bateman, and Deputy Director Green to remind us of that also. Commissioner Bennett, and then Vice Chair Boyer.
Thank you, Chair. Just thinking from a county standpoint, if you had to track production, that is not a function that the planning department is used to. And if you want a line of people in here asking for funding, I can guarantee that will happen, because that is a USDA function. And so I don't know how, and in my own circumstance, we fallow land, we do things. And so technically it's out of production, but we could do a couple thousand acres in any, it would be producers would go berserk along the whole way. I mean, it's just kind of normal agricultural production, because this year in Malheur County, there is going to be, because of the lack of water, and I imagine throughout there will be thousands of acres fallowed. So technically they are out of production, but yet it's just because of the drought. And so it's not a very easy, on the east side where land masses is fairly large, it just would be, it'd be a big task.
Vice Chair Boyer.
Thank you, Chair. So I read the proposed changes. It's interesting because it talks about the amount of land removed from EFU, and then due to urban growth boundary expansion, but that doesn't mean it gets taken out of EFU, because it can still be farmed even if it's in the urban growth boundary, correct?
That Commissioner Boyer, that is, or Vice Chair Boyer, that is correct. Land that it comes into an urban growth boundary doesn't necessarily get changed into from farm use or forest use into urban use. It happens at the point of annexation usually. That depends on the urban growth management agreement between the county and the city. We would be measuring, basically, this could be read more simply by just the zone change word that precedes the urban growth boundary in this language. So it's not technically accurate to say that the urban growth boundary is the mechanism that changes the zoning. It's really the zone change that's what we're measuring here. And the zone change happens when annexation occurs usually, but it also happens in some instances outside of urban growth boundaries when there's rezones.
But I mean, just saying that, so say a piece of EFU ground went into the urban growth boundary, I mean, that landowner never wants to sell. So it's not been removed.
And that would not count under this metric as a change.
Okay, because that's how I was reading
Yeah.
it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Chair,
Commissioner Bennett?
I can actually speak to that. The City of Unity annexed in 200 acres. It's annexed, it's within the city limits. Nothing has been done in almost 30 years. It's still in production agriculture. So, I mean, if you said, oh, 200 acres, we lost 200 EFU acres, it really never changed the dial because it was wishful thinking on a developer's vision and no money ever came. It's just still there. And if you looked at it, you'd go, well, that's just farm ground. So it's a tool, but it isn't like 100% go to the bank type of a tool, I would say. I think it's giving trending, and we need to always look at trending versus specifics, because I think there'll be outliers continually onto this.
And Commissioner Boyer, I think to your question, I might propose that we change this from urban growth boundary expansion to annexation. I think that's more reflective of the actual technical issue at play.
It's gonna go into the development phase most likely when it gets annexed in.
Exactly. And
But
that's
just
when,
because it's in the UGB doesn't mean it's gonna get annexed in either.
so I think that would,
Okay, thank you.
that would be more accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I'm still curious, Alexis, about the setting the baseline piece, but I think we can move on from that. It's two different ways of measuring things, right? I mean, to measure a more recent trend, you would have to look over a set of biennia to understand whether or not that number relative to the original baseline is going up. Because if this was sliding, then you would actually see that this number going up. So you just have to, it's two different ways of looking at the numbers, I guess, so.
A great point, Chair Lazo. And we could consider, we have only a little bit of time to do some quick analysis on this, but we could consider a longer period of time that would capture more than 10 years. Maybe that would be a way of kind of getting a more sense of the annual average. That's maybe the last 10, maybe that 10-year period is.
I don't know. I don't know if it would matter. To me, the only other methodology would be to slide it. And then again, that would tell you a different story. It would tell you a different story instantly. Rather, you could get the same data just by averaging the acres that are changing year to year, right? Whereas this number, if it slides, would go up if we're seeing an increase in conversion of land, right? So that number now is just going to stay the same, and we're just comparing it to the numbers that are moving along. So you'd have to look year to year to see whether or not those numbers are moving up, rather than this thing telling us it's moving up. Mr. Thompson.
I really appreciate the changes you've made in these. To my mind, you've improved them considerably, so congratulations on that. When I look at these, I'm starting, what I see is KPMs related to programs, really. The programs are at least theoretically connected to all the goals, which is why I keep talking about farmland, because we hear a lot about farmland and forest land and all of that. So if the wonderful trend that I see in the improvement of these KPMs continues to reflect on the program's relationship to the goals, and are there pieces of data or policies or trends that you could bring to us that will help us respond to the needs we hear in our communities and that you respond to every day? I think that's why we want to have this discussion. That's why the legislature put them in place, and they matter. That's what I'd ask.
Alexis, I think that got us to the 11th KPM, but
It did. And
anything else? Oh, questions? I know that's seems like an afterthought at this point, huh? It sort of begs the question. All right, but are there any final questions or comments for Alexis before we move on to our next item? I don't know if, yeah, Commissioner Warren, I don't know if you have any additional questions before we release Alexis on this agenda item on the KPMs? Great, thank you. All right, Alexis, you are also up and your team for agenda item number 11, which is the legislative update. Okay, I gotta make a change over here.
right.
I think we're ready.
Thank you. Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Alexis Hammer, Legislative and Policy Manager, and with me.
Good morning, good early afternoon. Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer. For the record, my name is Alyssa Benini. I'm a Legislative and Policy Coordinator focusing on our natural resources and working lands and ocean and coastal matters here for the department.
So today we are updating you all on the 2026 legislative session. And I'll note at the outset that you just heard from Brandy, our Chief Financial Officer, around the a budget update. And we will not be covering the extremely important issues related to budget that Brandy already covered. And that is something that occurred in the legislative session. But we are going to be talking about only the substantive bills, policy related bills that have passed. So just wanted to caveat that in the beginning. I will begin covering the housing and economic policy development issues that arose, and then pass it over to Alyssa to talk about natural resources issues. And then we'll we put questions at the end, but again, feel free to interrupt. I think we have enough time that we can take questions as they come. So to start, we'll touch on housing and economic development policy. It was another busy session on housing, as has been the trend over the last decade, basically. So the first bill I'll discuss is HB 4035. This was a bill that came out of the House Housing Committee through the leadership of Rep. Marsh. And the real focus of this bill touched on urban growth boundary, particularly the urban growth boundary expansion opportunity that was created in the governor's housing bill from 2024 in Senate Bill 1537. And in that bill, Senate Bill 1537, there was the creation of this opportunity for local governments to take advantage of a one-time urban growth boundary expansion. So there's a 10-year window from 2024 to 2034 that cities have the opportunity, if they are eligible, to have an urban growth boundary expansion. And as it was originally written, it was up to 100 acres. The changes today, and there was also needs criteria in order to be eligible, that a city is severely rent cost burdened. So over 50, that city is higher than the average of cities in Oregon that have homeowners or renters that suffer from severe rent burden or cost burden, which is spending over 50% of your income on housing costs. And the other needs criteria are that a city does, in order to be eligible, you would need to have no tracts of land that are greater than 20 acres that are undeveloped. So basically it's looking for, do you have land that could readily be developed for housing production? If you don't, then you're eligible. And then
In the UGB already, existing UGB.
Inside the existing
Okay.
UGB. And one other area of relevant for this bill 4035 is that originally in this one-time UGB opportunity, cities were not able to expand onto resource land. They could only expand onto exception areas and non-resource lands around the city. So the changes in HB 4035 started with changes from the cost burden analysis. So I will say in the period between 2024 and today, we've seen 3 cities take interest in the opportunity, and no city has successfully gotten through the entire one-time UGB expansion, which, there's a lot of work that even with this more expedited pathway, there's still a lot of steps along the way that these 3 cities are on their way towards. But I just wanted to, for context, provide that. And so the changes that were adopted for HB 4035 include a change from the cost burden need from lowering it from severely cost burden to just cost burden, so that a city that is eligible now is if it has if it's higher than the average of the state of Oregon, a number of residents that are, or percentage of residents that are suffering from cost burden, which is spending 30% of your income on housing. The second change is expanding the acreage. There were some from 100 acres to 150 net buildable acres. And there was some confusion in the original bill because it was originally 100 net residential acres, but there was also requirements for a complete communities and basically mixed use zoning, more commercial opportunities and parks mixed in. And so it was confusion about what the total acreage could have been for this 100 net residential acres plus the complete communities component. And so there was clarity added by increasing the total to 150 acres, but it was net buildable rather than residential acres. And that is designed to say the totality of all the acres you can use for this urban growth boundary expansion is 150 acres. And that cleared up the confusion around how many acres can you have for these other complete communities components. Then there was a component of allowing cities that, oh yeah.
Right. So that means that the total that comes in could be higher then, right? Or can you only bring in the buildable land then, rather you're not going to bring in the other land that you need for complete communities?
The Chair Lazo, the net buildable acres, or the 150 net buildable acres allows for all the acres that would be residential and for the other complete communities components of the bill.
Total would be higher, or would be 150?
It would be 150 total.
Huh.
The net buildable excludes things like roads and other. So it could be higher than 150 technically, but the buildable acres is 150. So there was another change on eligibility for allowing cities that are surrounded by at least 80% of resource land to be eligible to expand onto resource land. And there was also a change for recalling back that requirement that a city must not have any larger than 20-acre tracts of development available, of undeveloped land available. The term undeveloped, although sounding like simple, is not as simple as it sounds. And we decided the legislature decided to change the definition, or remove the word undeveloped and replace it with no permanent buildings, no entitlements, and not adjacent to utilities. It added clarity rather than leaving it to the department to figure out what the term undeveloped means. And then finally, another component of this bill, very mundane and something you would expect that we would have had clarity on, but there was actually a need to make sure that we have authority to issue grants. And so this was unrelated to the rest of the bill, but they tacked onto this, just the making sure that it was abundantly clear, as it was implicitly clear in the past. But we wanted to make sure, for legal reasons, to make sure that we had all of our bases covered. We clarified that we have the authority to issue grants. You're welcome, Steve. That was the HB 4035. Happy to take any questions on that one.
Questions, commissioners? Great. Okay. Yeah.
So HB 4037 is also from House Housing Committee, and it's the Housing Omnibus Bill. It's a kind of a potpourri of many different issue areas related to housing. And the pertinent issues related to land use is that it expands the enforcement order authority for cities under 10,000, and directs LCDC also to revise the urban reserve priority rules. So we'll be revisiting later this year a conversation around. I think we're likely going to be talking about this in June. A very small component of the ONA rules around urban reserve and whether it's really more about just clarifying the built constraints, whether you can, sorry, I'm blanking right now. The issue is around when you're looking at areas for urban reserve expansion, if you can remove areas from consideration if they have built constraints on them. And there's currently a list of examples that follow that built constraints language, saying things like things like a highway or railroads. And the proposal is going to be something along the lines of removing that specific language and just leaving it at built constraints, to more flexibility for local governments to define what built constraints means. So we'll be revisiting that conversation in June with a very straightforward rulemaking on that. And then finally, it also requires applicants to replace an equivalent amount of commercial acreage if a proposal drops below 80% of planned commercial area. And this stems from SB 8 that was passed in, I believe, 2021, maybe it was 2022. But SB 8 was allowed for the development of affordable housing on commercial lands and in cities throughout the state. And there's been a concern around, some communities are seeing a lot of uptake on this. And the idea is to try to have some compensation of creating more commercial space available somewhere else in the city if they're losing a lot of commercial space due to the developers taking up a lot of the commercial land available in the city with affordable housing. One other thing is that it also modifies local housing application procedures. So this really affects local governments in their administration of housing planning law by limiting notice to owners of homes nearby to changes for housing permits, and that would be to only within 100 feet of buildings. It also removes mandatory public hearings and limiting appeals to applicants, so that only applicants can appeal denials of housing decisions.
Commissioner Thompson?
Does that apply everywhere or only within cities?
Only within cities.
Thank you.
Right. So HB 4082 was the governor's housing bill this session, and it relates to, I should have actually put this just after the first bill I talked about, because it relates to the one-time UGB expansion opportunity. And HB 4082 creates opportunities for all cities, regardless of, it does not have, include a need trigger. And it allows all cities to, if they're proposing a urban growth boundary expansion for up to 100 acres, if it's a city above 25,000, or up to 50 acres if it's below 25,000. If that city is limiting the expansion area for the development of affordable senior housing or manufactured housing. So it's very particular purpose, and it still would require the other elements of complete communities to be embedded in that. Oh, and also Metro may not hold hearings on those petitions and must issue substantial compliance decisions within 120 days. It's particular for Metro. And I should also note that affordable senior is defined as 55 and older communities. Steve's moving right in.
Is it? Is there an affordability component to it, or is it also tied to the 120% AMI for senior?
I would want to, Chair Lazo, I'd want to get back to you on that one. But I think there is an affordability component. I think it just matches the affordability requirements that are in the original base bill of SB 1537. But I would want to get back to you on that one.
Commissioner Thompson.
Okay, I can't resist. Why did they say that Metro couldn't hold hearings? Do you know? Is there something going on that I'm not paying attention to?
Commissioner Thompson, I don't know the answer to that one.
I just found that odd.
I think it's probably accelerating the process, and it may also be that they want it to be that the local government, not the regional government, is the one administering this decision.
Thank you. That clarifies.
All right. And I have also, getting out of the housing realm, we're going to be talking about HB 4084, which is another governor's bill on the Joint Permitting Council. It establishes a council to administer a fast track permitting program, and is for qualifying projects, and qualifying projects must meet investment criteria of at least, I think it's 50 million acres. It depends on rural versus urban. And I think at the urban level, it's a lower threshold of investment, and at the rural, it's a higher threshold of investment. It also requires state agencies to catalog permits, report delays, and identify opportunities, and DLCD is among the agencies listed. So we will be reporting to the legislature on permits, delays, and opportunities for streamlining permitting. It also expands eligibility for the enterprise zone, and with that, it also provides limits for data centers until the end of this year, because the current Data Center Advisory Council that Director Bateman was just speaking with, they're issuing recommendations. And so the legislature wanted to have those recommendations before, providing more opportunity and benefit for data centers.
Commissioner Bennett.
How, and this is probably for Director Bateman, but Director, how will you go about collecting the permit delays? Or, I mean, how is that? Does everybody that think they're late or delayed call DLCD, or that's?
Commissioner Bennett, the only permit that we are envisioning as eligible here is a urban growth boundary expansion, which is not even technically a permit. We don't issue permits like other agencies do, like the Department of Environmental Quality. So our reporting is going to be fairly simple here. And I think it'll be measuring if we're complying with UGB review at the LCDC level. But we're still needing to assess whether a UGB is still, it actually qualifies as a permit or not.
So delays at the local government level, will they be, who's collating those? I guess that was nobody.
Commissioner Bennett, I believe this is only applying the permits at the state agency level. Right. And finally, I'll touch on a pilot program that was designed for the city of Eugene to HB 4108, and it allows for voluntary non-contiguous annexations. So essentially think about areas that are within an urban growth boundary, are already inside and near the city limits, but not touching the city limits. And it would allow, if the people that live in those areas petition the city or apply for the city of Eugene, they could be annexed if they are connected to wastewater and stormwater, accessible by public road. And it's right now going to be a pilot program just on the city of Eugene. And this was put forward by Representative Fragula of Eugene. And, you know, it will be an interesting experiment. If it goes well, then maybe we'll see other cities want to be eligible in the future. But
Areas heretofore known as the islands of the city of Eugene. Commissioner Bennett?
Well, I can just say, as a former planning director, that becomes extremely problematic. You have law enforcement problems, because you have the sheriff covering some, the city police covering the other, you have water and sewer, county roads working on some. I mean, it's chaos at its finest hour. Los Angeles County has that, for instance, and it's just totally chaotic because, you know, you're in and out of jurisdictions. You don't even know where anybody's at. And so, I mean, it's better to grab everybody or that. I mean, for years, you know, we really worked so we couldn't do cherry stem annexation. And this is even, I would say, in my humble opinion, or never to be humble opinion, it would be worse. That's.
I don't know if Commissioner Warren,
Yeah, I was gonna say, enlighten us, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, it's interesting. Eugene has a really big issue with this, mostly because the state required the city to allow folks who are not annexed into the city to connect to specific city services back in like the 80s. And so what's happened is those folks who would have normally worked to annex into the city didn't have to because they have no reason to, right? It costs a lot of money to annex, and then you have to pay additional taxes. So a lot of those folks who are particularly in like the River Road, Santa Clara area, which is, you can think of it as being kind of north central Eugene, have never annexed in. And it equates to about 21% of Eugene's low density residential lands, which is a significant amount of lands. Interestingly, this bill, there's some wording in this bill that I think is problematic from what I've heard from some staff, in that the city does not actually have stormwater out in a lot of these areas. And so for someone to qualify to use this, they have to show they're connected to stormwater, which doesn't exist. So I expect there will probably need some changes to this particular language in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Pass it over to Alyssa.
Thank you, Alexis.
I was waiting. There we go. Thank you, Alexis. All right. So Alexis spoke to the housing and economic development action that happened at the legislature during this short session. I will speak to the natural resources and rural lands policy issues that came up during the legislative session. Not quite as much volume-wise as in the housing sphere, but a couple of exciting bills that passed that we wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to mull over today. Okay, so the first bill that I want to cover is House Bill 4153, and that is farm stores. There was some media attention to this one during session, but this bill creates a new farm store use that's permitted on lands zoned for exclusive farm use, or EFU lands. So this would be one of those new uses on EFU lands that Director Bateman was mentioning earlier that are created by the legislature that we'll track through our Farm and Forest report. So farm stores are a sub 1 use, which refers to a subsection of statute that houses allowable uses on farmland that the legislature has deemed inherently compatible with farming, and as such, don't require local governments to conduct a farm impacts test. So evaluate the impacts that these uses may have on the surrounding farms. This is in contrast to sub 2 uses, which the legislature has considered not inherently compatible with farming, and so local governments are required to undertake this farm impacts test to see what those impacts could potentially be for a proposed use. So farm stores are required to sell products that are produced by the farm that the store is on. It can also sell non-farm retail products. It can serve food and beverages, though it can't have a restaurant on it or a drive-in or anything like that. And farm stands can also host a variety of different agritourism activities, which are here on this slide. There are a lot of other constraints on what a farm stand can and cannot do. That's provided in your staff report as well, and in our legislative report. Farm store, excuse me. Caught me there. Thank you, Alexis. For instance, farm stores are subject to square footage restrictions and must be located on farmland that have a minimum number of acres that are employed for farm use. Additionally, a local government with jurisdiction over the farm store is able to adopt siting standards that relate to access, egress, parking, traffic management, noise management, hours of operation, hours of event operation, et cetera. So there are some opportunities for additional constraints there. They just can't be more restrictive than the standards that are provided in statute. So this is a big change, I think, to the land use program. Again, it provides a new use a new non-farm use that is available for farmers on farmland. And the intent was to provide a little bit extra opportunity for farmers to engage in economic activity that could help them support their farm if the farming itself was not sufficient to do so.
Vice Chair Boyer?
So are the farms that were already doing this grandfathered in?
Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, to clarify that we're already doing farm stores or farms, because
or agritourism, I mean, any of
Agritourism.
these events, I guess.
I do not believe.
Commissioner Boyer, so existing permitted farm stands can continue operating without any need for updating their permits.
Okay.
And only new applicants that are trying to seek this farm store opportunity would need to apply for them.
Okay. So I have one particular farm in mind. They have to apply for a permit every year to do music as an agritourism event on their farm. So if they have to do that every year, they would now fall underneath this?
I could take this. Vice Chair Boyer, Chair Lazo, because this is a new use, this is a brand new use, and the effective date is not until the 1st of next year. It is my understanding that they would need to apply for this farm store use. There is currently, as a sub 2 use, one requiring a farm impacts test, a permitted use for agritourism events like concerts and all of that stuff. If it sounds like perhaps that's where this particular situation is right now, if the farm store sub 1 use provides a different avenue whereby something like that could be permitted.
I guess I think it's fair to note, and maybe this is a comment for Director Bateman, that this piece of legislation is a follow on from the pause in the rulemaking that was happening at DLCD. Just wanted to note that.
Thank you, Chair Lazo. That's correct. Any other questions on this one? All right. Speaking of farm use, House Bill 4130 expands the definition of farm use provided in a different section of statute. This is the revenue and taxation section of statute, not the land use section of statute. So the land use, farm use definition remains the same, but for purposes of the special farmland tax assessment program, it changes the definition of farm use to expand eligibility for that tax assessment program. And the purpose of this program is to provide a financial incentive to property owners to keep their land in agricultural production through the potential for lower taxes should they meet certain criteria. So this bill expands the definition of farm use to include land under certain farm processing facilities and adjacent lands that are used in conjunction with those facilities. It would apply to the property tax years beginning on or after July 1st, 2027. We were tracking this one relatively closely. It doesn't necessarily impact the land use program specifically, and it passed with bipartisan support. Any thoughts on this? Okay. Yes.
All right, quickly. I noticed you don't have a summary of this one in your report.
Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, we don't have a summary of this one in our legislative report 2-pager, which may be 2.5 pages. We do have a summary of this in the report itself. And forgive me, I can't give you the exact page number.
The report is page 6 and the packet, I think, is page 11. There's 2 little numbers there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks.
All right, so that brings us to a couple of bills relating to renewable energy that passed this session, which we touched on briefly yesterday during our discussion about the Governor's Executive Order 2529. House Bill 4031 has an effective date of June 5th of this year, and it gives counties jurisdictional authority over more renewable energy projects by not requiring certain projects to get an energy facility siting council site certificate if they meet certain criteria. So as John mentioned yesterday, this is to help accelerate certain projects to get them under the wire to qualify for those federal tax credits that will be expiring here soon. There is a nexus with both of these, I believe, particularly this one with the governor's recent executive orders and with the Oregon Department of Energy's energy strategy, which they issued at the end of last year, which anticipates increasing electricity demand to meet current and future needs. So this acceleration to get those bigger projects under the wire is in relation to that as well. There are no questions about 4031. House Bill 4076. Again, we spoke briefly about this one yesterday, but it accelerates certain new energy projects that are understood to fill gaps in grid capacity. So it provides goal exception opportunities for projects under FSEC jurisdiction and those projects that are under local jurisdiction if they meet certain criteria. As written, it will likely require the department to engage in some conforming rulemaking just to make sure that our rules line up with the requirements of this new statute. But as we heard yesterday, there's likely to be some additional conversation at the legislature regarding potential fixes to this bill. So the imminent nature of that rulemaking might not be quite so imminent, depending on how those conversations go. And this was a relatively quiet session for our coastal policy. But one bill that we wanted to flag that you might find interesting is Senate Bill 1525. This bill creates a task force that will study and report on the existing state of Oregon's blue economy sectors and identify opportunities for the state to facilitate or enhance those sectors while also preserving and protecting our wonderful coastal ecosystems. DLCD is not a named member of the task force, but state agencies are required to support the task force work by providing any information or support as may be requested to help them do their best work. And the report is due on September 15th of 2027. So we'll look forward to seeing what they come up with then. And with that, that's all we have for you today, and we're happy to take any additional questions.
Report?
Thank you, Chair. There was obviously quite a flurry of bills on the urban growth boundary adjustments, and it seems like the last couple sessions we've had some of those. Do you foresee in sessions in the future that they're going to continue to find exemptions, exceptions from the process to continue to allow cities to more easily increase the urban growth boundaries? You think that's going to keep going?
Mr. Porter, my crystal ball is broken.
Yeah,
so I can't
mine is too. But
I don't know if I would speculate on how, individual city legislation would be likely or not to move forward in the future. I don't know if Director Bateman has any thoughts she would like to share on that, but it's kind of, they usually happen in ways that are based off of individual circumstances in those cities. And I'm not aware of any individual cities that are gearing up for the next session, though, of course, that may already be in the works.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I think it's probably tempting. Well, it would be tempting for folks to go to the legislature and see if they can do something directly rather than going through the program that exists. But a good reminder, the program does exist and it is possible to use it. So I would encourage folks to keep with that path where we can provide technical assistance and back up to them. I think there's a urban myth out there, an urban growth boundary myth, that adjusting that boundary is the silver bullet that will just open up production for housing and economic development. And that's, where all of the difficulties lie. In fact, that's not the case, as we know. We've talked a lot about annexation and all the process steps that follow urban growth boundary expansions. And those things remain even once you get a legislative approval for a UGB expansion. So I think folks think that's a silver bullet when there's so much more to it. Fortunately, we've got really capable staff and partners that can help with the technical assistance in all of those stages.
So I should have asked this when you were talking about House Bill 4035. With these changes, you had said that no city had made it through with this exception yet, and then they passed this bill this session. Do you foresee that more cities will be able to utilize this at this point? I mean, do you see several or?
Yeah, Commissioner Porter, I believe more cities, based on testimony from the League of Oregon Cities, would take up this opportunity based on the changes. And I don't think it will be a flood of cities, but at least maybe close to a dozen or more, but probably less than 2 dozen from what I recall about their testimony. Yeah.
And I want to follow on to your line of questioning, Commissioner Porter, because I'm wondering if what you're asking about actually is this flavor of bill, this one-time UGB expansion, again, it's happened in 2 sessions, the original one and then this one that was added for senior affordable housing and manufactured housing, rather than the, Hillsborough coming to ask for a UGB expansion for a data center, right? That's 2 different flavors. So I don't know if you're making a distinction between those, but I think the former is one that is maybe more of a concern in the sense that there are seeing folks out there that see that UGB piece as the silver bullet and trying to legislate that change more universally than just I have a one-off need as a city. I think that's different. I think it speaks to a different issue in process than this universal sense that the problem is the UGB, so we can legislate our way out of it. So I don't, that my sense is there's 2 flavors of things that potentially are happening.
As a sidebar, I mean, the city of Roseburg went to the legislature to get, their urban growth boundary, switch done rather than go through. Well, I know they've been working at it for a lot of years, and so I can't say that was their first attempt. But I mean, that was the path that they chose rather than to work through the traditional process, right? So.
All right. Any other comments or questions about the legislative update? And then we'll look forward to hearing from you all after the big session coming up. So thank you. Look forward to that. Thank you all for your work. Okay, that. Oh, I'm sorry. I do want to say that public comment it will be accepted on both of these, the item 11 and item 12. And I didn't check in. I didn't have anybody on my list. So there were no public comment signed up for either agenda item 11 or 12.
10 or 11.
Or 10 or 11.
Yeah.
Because I think 12 we actually might have some signed up. So,
But it's not yet.
so.
But no,
you're
we
not-
do not have anybody signed up for public.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to correct my oversight. All right, otherwise, I think we are going to break for lunch until 1:30, and then we will return with that item 12 at 1:30 PM after lunch.
Uh-oh. We're trying to say something. Did you want to make another?
If I have to, thank you.
Noon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Land Conservation and Development Commission. Next, we're going to hear from Lisa Phipps on item 13, Coos Bay Regional Problem Solving to Expand UGB. Lisa, please introduce your team.
Certainly. For the record, my name's Lisa Phipps. I'm the manager of the Ocean and Coastal Services Division and the Oregon Coastal Management Program. Thank you for having us here today, Chair Lazo and commission members. We appreciate this opportunity to talk about this somewhat rarely used tool that we have available to us. Hoy Radomski is our South Coast Regional Representative, and she has been working with the city of Coos Bay, and we do have folks here from Coos Bay. Just trying to see. We have Chelsea. I believe we're going to have Chelsea Schnabel with who's the city manager, Mayor Benetti of the city, and then we'll have Jill Rolfe with Coos County. So they will be helping provide any on the ground input that you might have today. And we already know there might be a question brewing, so we'll direct that towards them. And so Hui's been working with these communities now for a couple years as they've gone through several processes. And I'm going to pass it over to her, and she'll lead you through the staff report and then any questions you might have.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Lazo and Commission. My name is Hoy Radomski. I'm the South Coast Regional Representative for department, and I'm very excited today to present this to you because Coos Bay and Coos County has wanted to do this for a while, and we're just happy to be here in this point in time. So as you can see, the title is for the presentation is Coos Bay Urban Growth Boundary Amendment, utilizing the regional problem solving process. So that is exactly what we're wanting to do. In your attachment D in the packet for this agenda item, you'll see this map. It's our project map. I start here just to illustrate the spatial extent that we're talking about today. So Coos Bay would like to add 3 urban unincorporated communities and 1 rural unincorporated community into their urban growth boundary. You'll see here that Charleston and Barview on the west side, and Bunker Hill in orange on the east side, and Billington a little further south, also on the east side. Charleston, Barview, and Bunker Hill are urban unincorporated communities, so they have sewer services and water. And Millington is a rural unincorporated community and currently is not sewered, but does have some services like fire protection, a special district. Back in the 90s, during periodic review, there was a task for Coos County and Coos Bay to include the 3 urban unincorporated communities into the urban growth boundary, but things did not align, and Coos County requested for that work task to be removed from the program, and DLCD approved that removal of that work task in 1999. A few years ago, Chelsea with Coos Bay asked me if they could, they want to still include now the 3 urban unincorporated communities into the UGB. Was wondering what cities' paths, what their options were. And so we looked, and they couldn't expand their UGB with the housing needs analysis as a justification, because the analysis did not show that they needed more land for the next 20 years. And so then the questions were asked, well, could we resurrect the work task that was removed to accomplish this? So we consulted with Department of Justice, and the advice was to use the statute for regional problem-solving process to include these urban unincorporated communities and the 1 rural unincorporated community into the UGB, the urban growth boundary. So this is what the statute says, and this is the help we're asking from you today, is the statute allows a county and city, interested cities, to work together to accomplish a regional goals of development.
And so the commission, the help we're asking for is for your review of our proposed work scope, our proposed participant list, and our proposed schedule to see if, these that are feasible, if it's able to be accomplished on time. So we're here to present our work program to you to see if it's doable. So what's happened today is last biennium, 23-25 biennium, Coos Bay had a technical assistance award from us to start this process. That was what we call our phase 1 analysis. So in that analysis, we evaluated the communities in the areas surrounding the current Coos Bay urban growth boundary to see what should be reasonably included in the urban growth boundary. We did that, and so Millington, the one that was not sewered, so was not actually part of the original request, but we, through phase 1 analysis, we also identified that as a potential to include. Another thing that the phase 1 work did was to formulate a draft regional problem-solving work scope, which we're here to present to you today. So today we're in the current biennium 25-27, and I would like to present to you what we would like to do. So the ask, again, is to review, for you to review the draft work scope, the participant list, the project schedule, and to either amend the work program and improve it, or just approve it. So the statute says that there's 3 years of time limit for us to accomplish this work program. So if you were to approve it today, we will have until April 2029 by statute to finish the work program. In your attachment A, these are things that we would like to do. So these are our tasks in the grant award. Task 1, evaluating areas for potential inclusion in the urban growth boundary. So even though we already identified the 4 unincorporated communities to include, we want to take a closer look at the actual boundaries of those communities and see, parcel by parcel, which ones are feasible for inclusion. So for example, the local centers district might have ideas of what parcels might have challenges in the past for serving with sewer services. Maybe the topography is not feasible. Maybe it's a wetland in the way, something like that. So we will using task 1 to gather that information, talk to everybody who's interested, and I have that list later to figure out exactly where should we draw those lines. And then tasks 2 to 4 is to basically then digest information we gather in task 1, refine, and draft again and refine as much as we can to where everybody agrees. And task 5 then is to adopt those amendments and agreements. So maybe I will speak a little bit about task 2. So because we are wanting to include these areas in the urban growth boundary, that we need to amend the comprehensive plan for both the city and the county for this to be officially included. So that's why we needed to amend the comp plan map and text. And then of course to have good coordination between the city and county when we do include them. If we get to, we need agreement to how to manage these urban growth areas or urban growth boundary areas before they get annexed in by the city. And task 4, we have a draft template special district agreement because there are quite a number of special districts in the area. So we don't think that we will be able to have finalized all of them by the end of our time limit. So we have a template to start from. That's our intention for task 4. And then task 5 is to adopt the comprehensive plan amendments and the co-amendments and the urban growth management agreement, which are the crucial pieces that we need to accomplish to include these urban unincorporated or these unincorporated communities into Coos Bay's urban growth boundary. Here's our list of participants that we're proposing, and all these entities were part of the process during phase one. So we're inviting them back. And we are happy to include anyone else that anyone thinks should also be included that we have not thought of. So if any, we're telling this to everyone that's interested, is anyone else you think we should include, we're happy to include them in the process. This is our current list, and you'll see that still Coos Bay and Coos County are our lead entities because this is work for the city and the county. So, so that's where they're lead. I will say that in phase one, the tribes did participate. We have presentation from both tribes during phase one work. Here's our proposed project schedule. So if approved, from May until September is kind of our information gathering stage. Task one, again, is the heavy on gather information from the communities and all the different entities that's participating. So we'll have a kickoff meeting. We'll formulate an inclusive outreach plan. We'll have our meetings and open houses. And once we have all that information gathered, then in the summertime, our consultant will get to work on digesting and synthesizing the information we've gathered to formulate the draft comprehensive plan and co-amendments, incorporating the input from task one. And also work sessions with city staff and school districts to continue figuring out the coordination piece when we do include these in the UGB. So the next stage of our project then is refinement and further review of these drafts. So again, we have meetings and open houses to show the community what now we have. And we will just continue working with the city and the county to review drafts and again, refine, review. That's our second stage of our project. And the final stage then is presenting our final products to Plan Commission, City Council, Board of Commissioners, we'll have hearings and to adopt the comprehensive plan amendments, co-amendments, and the urban growth management agreement. And we have here as June 2027, our last item on our timeline. That's just to coincide with our biennium grant award, even though we do have until April 2029 by statute to finish the project. We just would like to finish it within this biennium if we could, but we do have 2 more years after 2027 to accomplish this. I'm sure I left some stuff out. Any questions, please?
Commissioners, any questions for Boyer?
Thank you very much for this presentation. I think it's very exciting. I know that my experience with people I know and care about in Coos County have convinced me that it's full of really good people and some really tough economic issues. Are you contemplating that this action will ameliorate any of those challenges they face?
Chair Lazo, Commissioner Thompson, thank you for the question. I would like to direct that question to one of my local partners, Chelsea or Jill. Would you come answering the question since you know the local realities and how it might help the city?
Sure. This is Joe Benet, Mayor of Coos Bay. So yes, it would definitely help with the economic development. We're lacking housing. Our housing is very tight. It's been analysis between 1% to 3% vacancy factor. And without housing, we can't create jobs. And without the jobs, we can't create economic development. And if the thing that's looming right now is the container facility, whether it happens or not, but if it does, we are in a deep trouble unless we can get some urban growth boundary for some housing development. Our last meeting on Tuesday, the council meeting, we had a analysis that showed 110 acres that we were looking at trying to develop into housing is not doable. So we're going to take that off our buildable lands and housing, residential, and so it's going to even make our market even tighter. So I don't know if Chelsea, you want to chime in anymore or not?
No, I mean, I think the mayor kind of hit the high notes. We think this project will afford us the ability to increase housing density in these areas, also to expand existing commercial developments. So for those business owners, they'll have the ability to expand. So we think in those ways, offering more housing and more commercial opportunities will have a beneficial impact on the economy.
Yeah, in an urban unincorporated community, you're limited by size for industrial and commercial developments. And by including those areas into the urban growth boundary, they will be relieved of those size limits. So that will help the growth. And I'm sure you guys are aware of the Coos Bay Estuary Management Plan work that we're doing. And some of this area will kind of overlap with that work. And so this is just a timely project to also bring that in as well.
Vice Chair Boyer.
Thank you. So thank you, Mayor, for answering the question about the 110 acres, because my question from the staff report from 1998, how you guys withdrew, what was it? You removed the work task plan. And so was this 110 acres not suitable? Is that what's changed since then for you guys?
Yes, so we got a grant to do an analysis on it. The Port of Coos Bay owns this, but it's in the city limits. And so we wanted to see if we could move forward and develop housing there. That's been something that our city's been pushing for, and we got to work with the port. It came back that it's just not suitable. There's wetlands, it's fill, it won't support a lot of the housing and residential. It's just not doable. Infrastructure. So it was suggested that we take it off the residential, and so that's what's happened.
I don't know if you want me to add just a little bit more background to that, but
Sure. Yes.
we in the late 70s or early 80s, we worked really hard to put together urban growth areas and urban growth boundaries, and we had a lot more shipping and timber. Obviously, in our area, the economic was a little bit stronger than it is now. And, we had a lot of turnover, a lot of things changed. Then periodic review came, and we didn't really have the staffing to really examine what that meant for us. And we had a change in markets, both at city and county levels. And the records really show that, due to timelines and those constraints, we didn't really have the ability to examine what all that meant for our area. And then we had the rules that came in for urban unincorporated communities. And so that burden was also placed on the county. So it made more sense for us to choose that route rather than to try to figure out the urban growth boundary. And so in our plan, we still reference it as urban growth areas because we had envisioned that we would pick this up later. Well, then periodic review went away, and we weren't required to do it again. And so it's just a big gap in the program and in our plans. And that's one of the reasons I believe that Department of Justice suggested that we use this method. It's a little bit unconventional, but it does make sense because it is a regional problem for us that's unique.
Thank you. And a follow through, please. So when you make this, if this change happens and you take the 110 out of the buildable acreage inventory, what will you change the use to?
I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. Chelsea's our community development leader and planner. I don't know. It may be a park or, and the other thing, there's a problem with traffic over there. So we can't have a high use there. It would really, it wouldn't work. So something that's recreational or a park would probably be the best suitable for this property. And really, there's only 60 acres, what we found out that's even usable out of the 110.
Yeah, and I would just offer that we just finished that feasibility study. And so our next step is to ask that question, like what is the best, most appropriate zoning for the property? So we'll be starting those conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. And I do think it's an exciting project and I share my enthusiasm for it. One of the questions that comes to mind is historically the department and jurisdictions have been really discouraged from island creations of annexation and because of law enforcement issues, because of fire issues, and quite frankly, because generally it's just a slow step towards expanding the urban growth boundary to connecting the back to or the parcel back into the city. And in looking at and our map is like, I mean, it's pretty hard to look at, but I did look it up here, and it looks like there's about 150 to 200 acres between the island out there of Millington and Bunker Hill. And I guess I have two questions. The first being, I guess the basic one is why not just pull it in? And then second of all, is this okay? Have we LCDs made a shift that we're doing it because we have the state has historically been against those types of annexation processes. I've known several jurisdictions where even the application was turned down because it was there, and this wasn't even a cherry stem. Cherry stems used to come by, and that was framed. So if we're making a change, and I'm not saying I'm against it, I just want to understand it. And I guess from the city and county's standpoint, why aren't you at least considering, or why you're going to all of this work, pulling it in? I see one is a cemetery something, and the other two look like it's vacant land. But why isn't it pulled in? Because, you're making the Coos Bay Police Department will be running out, but the sheriff will be in between. And unless you have some MOUs, and it will cause a lot of confusion amongst folks. So that was a long question, confusion on my part. So Lisa, city, county, if you could enlighten me, I'd sure appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
I
Chair
think-
Lazo. Commissioner Bennett, we're going to have Jill and Chelsea address the question from the jurisdiction's perspective, and then we can tackle the first part of that question, which was about DLCD.
I think that is a great question. What we were using was our historical boundaries, to be honest with you. And so this was part of the historical agreements. This is what we worked on in the 70s and 80s. And of course, that was before the rules were a little bit more restrictive about urban growth boundaries and the changes in urban growth boundaries. And I don't know that we're actually opposed to doing, a connection at all. I think that we were just really super focused on following those prior agreements and the concentration of development. If you looked at the concentration of development, these areas have a very high concentration of development already in them. And it might be a little bit of a stretch to pull them in. Maybe that's a poor way to word it. But maybe Joe, maybe you or Chelsea, maybe you guys want to think about that and what that looks like. And if you've
Yeah.
really thought about that.
So I guess I would just offer that in phase one, we did kind of analyze that. There was an area referred to as the RR2 area that kind of sandwiched between Bunker Hill and Millington. And I think both the city and the county were open to having that area included, but just working through this process with the grant, we didn't want to go too far out of the realm of what we were ultimately trying to do, which was fix those original areas like Jill mentioned. So I think we're open to it. It's just a matter of, how far do we want to take it? through this.
Right, and I think, and that's right. In the first scope, we did do the analysis. It is there, and Hui and Lisa will kind of have to talk to you about that part of it. But we were also afraid that you might, I mean, not be as receptive to it, to be honest with you, just because it was outside of our original agreements. And part of this being this unique process was these were the parts that were a part of the original agreements between all of us. And that's what we were trying to focus on because, you know, we've been asked, well, why can't you just go through a traditional urban growth boundary expansion? And, you know, the way the housing analyses are completed, they didn't really support that. But the way Barview and Charleston, especially, and Bunker Hill are laid out, it doesn't really make sense not to have them in the urban growth boundary, to be honest. I mean, especially if you look at Bunker Hill, it separates the city, East Side and Coos Bay, which is all Coos Bay, but it separates it. And in the plan, originally when the plan was developed, East Side was its own city before it was annexed into Coos Bay. So, and then Bunker Hill just got left out. So again, this is pretty unique circumstances.
Chair Lazo, Commissioner Bennett, I think from an agency perspective, I don't think that fundamentally those ideas have changed on our part in terms of island zoning, spot zoning. I mean, it's not generally good planning, but I appreciate that these are original maps and not necessarily reflective of what could come out of the process. And also that the city and the county can think about this as they move into the next phase. We'll be lockstep with them as they move through this. And if they get to a place where the agency is not going to be able to support an outcome, that's going to be identified early on in the process. And so your comments are well made and timely to be included in that kind of conversation.
Commissioner Bennett?
This one is probably for Council Shipsey. I would want to give them, would want to give the jurisdictions and our staff the greatest latitude in exploring through this. Were I the motion maker, would I put that in there so that it's clear on the record before they spend a lot of time and effort in spending money and then later on go, well, no go. I don't want to be, I really am not a fan of creating an island that I know someday is going to grow back in there anyway. So why don't we plan for it now? And, you know, we're creating bad planning. And so, but I don't want to conversely just verbally give them encouragement that they spend effort on and then it goes to naught. If after they do the staff work that it turns out that it's feasible. So I'm sorry I made such a long question. Thank you, Chair, and thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that would be beneficial to kind of record that in the commission's decision to approve this regional problem solving, that was something to explore to obviate the need for a subsequent action down the road, because one of the advantages of regional problem solving is that we're able to approve things that conform on the whole with the intent and purposes of the goals, even if there's minor or technical non-compliance. So I think that's beneficial.
Thank you, Council. I'm wondering actually though, because your question in part, Commissioner Bennett, was, do we need to put it in the motion? And the motion is to approve this work plan. So I'm wondering if what you feel like, and maybe Council feels like, if that task one doesn't have enough latitude to do the exploration that you're talking about. I mean, the task one is to review the areas. So, I mean, so maybe it is what we're going to ask is for them to revise the task in the work plan to include evaluating that little chunk of separation.
And that's what I meant. I'm not directing that they move forward. And I want them to have the ability, with the assurance that the commission at this point is looking at it, that open-mindedly looking at it. We obviously aren't promising anything, but that we're open-minded enough that we would like them to consider including that, because ultimately also, I don't know about the landowners, they could pitch a fit and not want to be part of it. And sometimes that on a local level that's a big driver coming from local government. But I do want them to know that from a commission standpoint, that we would encourage them to strongly look at that and to do the staff work on there. I guess that was, but I certainly don't want to go out beyond the law. And that's why I was asking our counsel, so that we weren't now doing something horrendous either.
Right. So yeah, so it sounds like that might be a piece that we'll consider as we move forward. And again, my sense is the mechanics of it would be, we would ask to make that addition to the work plan and then approve the work plan. Commissioner Warren, and then I think Commissioner Thompson also had one. But Commissioner Warren?
Thank you, Chair. What looks like to me is you all are initiating a good planning process. So I appreciate the effort to go through this. What I'm interested in, and this doesn't really play into my decision-making criteria at all, is why doesn't the typical land need process work in this circumstance? I mean, I'm hearing you say you need housing. So what about our current process doesn't work for you to show that you need more land for housing?
Yeah, I think, the housing needs analysis has a very specific formula and process rules that you follow, based on population projections. And the numbers just don't fit the reality in our area. And I think that's true for a lot of communities around Oregon. I think that's been said over the last year. So I know that DLCD is looking at that, but the numbers in the housing needs analysis just don't support it. Our council, when we last did our housing needs analysis, didn't even officially adopt it because they just did not agree that that was accurate representation of our need. So that's what I would say. I think it's a known issue. We're just hoping this process helps for us to kind of alleviate the problem.
I
Yeah, the
think
housing.
in coastal,
Go ahead,
oh,
Jill.
sorry. In coastal and resort communities, I think that the struggle is we do not define vacation rentals, seasonal housing units very well. And they take up a lot of our area. And despite trying to control that but trying to keep in mind what economic development that they bring to our area is a huge struggle for us, right? So some of those residential lands are taken up with the vacation rentals and stuff. And so I just don't believe that we have maybe the right formula when it comes to coastal communities, unfortunately, to capture our needs for housing. And our markets fluctuate so much, just because, the way the timber and fishing and resources go, and then trying to bring in other economic development. And we have a high rate of retirement retention, and it's just the economics don't seem to show, for whatever reason, in the population growth. It just doesn't represent what is actually on the ground.
Yeah, and we did a housing needs analysis. I think it's the 2021 that's existing. We didn't adopt the other one, as our Chelsea mentioned. I think we went ahead and the term was accepted it, but I think it was flawed in many ways. Just for instance, like this 110 acres wasn't looked at specifically, and if it was, they would have determined that it's not usable for residential. And there's some other properties that are just the infrastructure to put into some of these properties would just be prohibited to build, and so it's not feasible again. And so we really need to expand our urban growth boundary to have some buildable, acceptable property that we can do. And towards the Barview Charleston area is really the first area that we would move into. And I think Jill can reference that from the county. We have some lands that are, that could be built on immediately for housing, and the density would increase because we'd be bringing it into the city. So, and we already have sewer there, we have water there, we have a fire district there, and our police would be able to, law enforcement would be able to take care of that area also.
Just interested, if you wouldn't mind entertaining me, how many housing units do you think you need?
Well, I think right now, I mean, we have in the process, we have a 400 home development going on, a 32 home development going on. I think we could still use probably another, I don't know, 300 to 500. And if the PCIP, which is a container facility, then we need maybe, I don't know, another 500 on top of it. I mean, it's really a guessing game if that happens. You know, they're talking 2,000 to 3,000 people to build it, and then 2,000 to 3,000 that would be permanent employees. And so that's a huge amount that we have to deal with. But right now we are short. We went and met with the Berea Hospital director yesterday about a housing project up there. They have trouble getting nurses and doctors here and medical facility people because there's no availability. And so it's really cramping us just in that area, not counting others.
I just want you to think about this. Think about Chelsea and I telling our own employees that we're trying to attract that we can't find them housing. When we're the ones that are supposed to be the ones that are bringing these houses in. It's frustrating.
You heard 2 to 3% vacancy rate. Is that correct?
My understanding was it was 1%, and then there was analysis done, and it said 3%. But either one of those are horrible.
Yeah.
So
0, yeah. Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, colleagues online and in the room. What we're looking at, I want to make sure that I'm not being a rural partisan here at the impact of team loyalty, but I do want to say I'm grateful to hear in this room what I hear every day about the realities of life, housing, the economy on the coast. I'd expand your definition of unavailable existing housing to include second homeowners, because it isn't just short term. No, it is people who have money, can buy up housing and don't have to live there full time. It's part of the economy, and it's a reality of the economy we live with, the numbers we have. So in my mind, this is a phased planning process. We have the original back in the 80s. We have this phase now. We're looking at how do we go forward to provide the essential support and permissions to allow this community to be able to move toward flourishing. And we'll look at the details later. I think we're all committed to doing good planning and good community development. And I see this as, I don't know if it's an ideal project. I think it's a dandy project, and I'm really supportive.
So, I agree with you, Commissioner. We put a limit on how many vacation rentals there are going to be allowed. We did that a couple years ago. And then I also serve on the law committee, and the other day we had a meeting, and the counselor from Astoria talked about, a second home tax. And I'm really interested in that because I think, to your point, that we need to find a way to have those people pay their fair share and when they're impacting our housing. And so I'm going to get the information and I'm going to bring it to the council and Chelsea and see what we can do to maybe implement something like that.
I want to just check in for the interest of time. We actually have our 3 guests listed here under public comment, and I think that's probably not, that you're not going to offer additional public comment. If you do have other statements you'd like to make, I think we want to provide that time. I wasn't sure if that's how you all had this set up. We really appreciate you entertaining our questions, but if you have other statements you want to make, I want to make sure we provide some time for that. Mayor or Jill or Chelsea, if you have other prepared statements, we're happy to hear those, but if not, we'll continue with the proceedings.
I'll just say that I think you can be assured both the city and the county are fully supportive of this project. We worked well together through phase 1. both city and county have adopted resolutions to continue to pursue this phase 2. We have a really engaged stakeholder group, and I think we're pretty confident we can complete this work in the defined timeline. So we do thank you for this consideration and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea.
I would just like to add, I would, thank you guys all for considering this, and DLCD staff for helping us work through this. This is just it's kind of a cleanup for our comprehensive plan. It provides clear standards. At the end, the idea is to provide clear standards also to our applicants. I know that we've had several people that actually thought that they were in the urban growth boundary to find out that they were not in the urban growth boundary and find out that they had some limitations. So if they were in the urban growth boundary, there were some housing options they would have been able to take advantage of that are not provided for right now. And I know that this will allow us just to continue to work together. We work together a lot on projects, housing projects. We're always trying to find ways to streamline, bring innovative ways to housing and planning. And I think this just really makes sense. So thank you for the support.
Thank you. Mayor, anything else from you?
No, I just appreciate, DLCD staff helping us with this in a way, especially has really been instrumental in helping us. And I think it's important to reiterate that, the county and the city work well on this. And this is something that we're fixing things up, I guess, as Jill had put it. It's some things that need to be cleaned up and fixed up, and it will help us in many ways. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. I appreciate that. And I'd love to just kind of move to proceedings here, but I had to go back to my question. So, and it's not, and it's not really specific to this project, but it's really interesting to me that it's very much related to the sort of new knowledge that at least I got yesterday about urban unincorporated communities and then rural unincorporated communities. And it's sort of interesting here that we see this very example of Millington being this rural unincorporated community. And so I'm curious about, I'm not sure it makes a difference in this particular scenario, though we did have a discussion yesterday about potentially limiting the rulemaking that we were looking at yesterday to the urban unincorporated communities. So I don't think it makes a difference here, but it's curious that this comes to us now like that. So, but what I'm curious about mostly is how that designation actually occurs. So why is Millington, if it has some of the similar characteristics as Barview, Charleston and Bunker Hill, with related to density, the services and such, why it's got a different rural unincorporated designation rather than an urban unincorporated designation?
Thank you, Chair Lazo. I actually would turn that over to you, Jill.
Yeah, it does not have sewer available to it, was one.
Okay.
And two, it was a little bit less populated than Barview and Charleston. So Barview and Charleston and Bunker Hill all have sewer available to them. Millington has Coos Bay, North End public water, and not all of it does. So there's a limitation on that too.
Thank you so much. They're very, very interesting. Okay, appreciate that. And that's a perfect explanation. All right. I think we've heard all the pieces that we need to hear. I don't think there is any other public comment signed up for this piece. So if there is no other discussion or comments from commissioners, I'm happy to take a motion and with the consideration of the piece that Commissioner Bennett had brought up earlier. And I guess maybe we spend a moment trying to frame that if you're so interested, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I just think we ought to give positive direction to the project and to the staff so that they know that at least at this juncture, the commission would want to encourage them to explore it. Obviously, it isn't an end product, so we can't promise that, oh yes, that's it. But I just don't want to see them spend a bunch of effort and then, without any assurance that we would look at it really open and optimistically. So
Yeah. Oh,
I-
but if you have something specific or if staff
well,
does.
that's, I guess it's the alternative motion, and that I would move that the commission approve the work plan to authorize, et cetera, with the following amendment, that strong consideration be made to include the lands between Millington and Bunker Hill within the project scope.
Include an evaluation of the.
Yeah, evaluation.
I would second that motion.
And I think it's a friendly amendment. I think where I would maybe place that is in the second paragraph of task 1, where it says the city and county will make decisions about areas of the unincorporated communities to include in the UGB, including an evaluation of that piece that would connect
Right.
Millington and the other piece.
Bunker Hill, Bunker Hill and Millington.
The Bunker Hill in Oregon, not the one in
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. So
That would be
that would
Jerry
be
Snap.
so I don't know that we could accomplish that. So, but yeah. So I think my sense is that's kind of what we're aiming at, adding it to the work scope.
And I guess from the workabees up there, is that a reasonable? We don't want to saddle you if it's not going to be of interest.
So Chelsea, Jill, Mayor Benetti, do you have any concerns about that amendment?
No, I have no concerns about it. We're not opposed to it. And I think just that Jill's reference, we just were sticking with what was, and we didn't want to add it and cause more problems. But no, there's no problem adding it at all. It probably would make it easier down the road for us, truthfully.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. The second was Commissioner Thompson. Denise, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren. Okay. Vice Chair Boyer
Aye.
and Chair Lazo.
Aye. Great.
I have a quick question for you too.
Oh.
This is unique. I've never seen us do anything like this before. How often would we get updates, or what do you see? How do you see updating us on this?
As we get into different tasks, or what would be best for you all?
Thanks, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, Director Bateman, and Lisa and Wei. I might just suggest updates in the director's report in the OCMP section. Is that all right?
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Wei, and thank you, Lisa, and thank you to our guests from Coos Bay and from the Coos County. Appreciate you all being here, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You.
All right, we're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. I think we're okay to move ahead with our next item will be number 13, the petition for enforcement against Deschutes County timeline extension request. Deputy Director, well, in this role, interim community services manager / Deputy Director Kirsten Green.
Chair Lazo, thank you. Vice Chair Boyer, members of the commission. We're pleased to be here today. I'm here with Alexis Hammer, Legislative and Policy Manager, and online we have Central Oregon Regional Representative Angie Brewer here to present on a few actions we'd like you to consider this afternoon associated with a petition for enforcement against Deschutes County. And with that, if I may, I'll turn it over to Angie.
Thank you, Deputy Director Green. If I could just pause and ask Denise for permissions to share my screen, I can put our presentation on the screen. And Denise, if you'd rather share from your end, that's okay too.
Please, if you want to help me, I could do it locally here. If it's on the desktop. Okay, sorry. Mhm. The iDrive, Denise? Here locally, Denise, if you'd like me to share. Yeah. What?
That's not the right share button.
Do we go ahead? All right, sure. Thank you. Mhm.
That looks about right. Thank you very much.
Getting there.
Okay. So, okay to start?
Yes,
Chair's
go ahead,
ready.
Angie.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Lazo and Commissioners. Thank you for having me. For the record, I'm Angie Brewer. I'm your Central Oregon Regional Representative, a member of the Community Services Division, and based in Bend. As you may have noticed in your packets, the request made in the staff report and the final presentation materials differ slightly, which, as you know, is not typical for our work. And has occurred largely because this effort is live and in motion, and pinning down the details in time for packet compilation was challenging. So thank you for your patience with that. I'll jump to the next slide if someone could advance for me, please. So to clarify where we landed, today's presentation includes a brief summary of the petition without getting into the merits of the matter, a high-level run-through of the procedural obligations and administrative rule, and the status of the current petition. The Commission will also be asked to approve a needed timeline extension, set the hearing date for the good cause hearing, and direct staff to obtain a hearings officer proactively, which we'll discuss more in a moment. I do want to note that there's time at the end of my presentation for the parties to address the Commission about the timeline extension if they would like to. The Commission may ask questions of them. However, no public comment may be taken today. And I should pause and just briefly, since their faces are on the screen and it sounds like Eve is in the room, I just want to thank them for attending today. We have Stephanie Marshall representing Deschutes County, Rory Isbell from Central Oregon Land Watch, and Eve Goldman, I believe, is in the room for representing Thousand Friends of Oregon. So thank you all for being here today. If we could
Angie, can I
skip to the
pause
next.
for 1 second?
Sure, of course.
I want to just note that we've indicated that Eve Goldman signed up for public testimony on, is it this item?
For item 16?
But does have the right to testify, to provide comment on this item also. Okay.
Yes, thank you for clarifying. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, in this case, the requesters of the petition are Central Oregon Land Watch and 1,000 Friends of Oregon. The local government is Deschutes County. The requesters assert violations of Goal 3, which is agriculture, Goal 14 for urbanization, and the county's own acknowledged comprehensive plan, specifically as they're applied to the rezoning of agricultural lands and the approval of non-farm dwellings in the exclusive farm use zone. We did not receive the petition in time to fully evaluate the substantive matters for today's commission meeting, but as we'll get into in just a moment, we'll be back before you in June to have a more robust discussion. Next slide, please. As you may know, the authorities and procedures for the petition for commission enforcement process are contained in Oregon Revised Statute 197.319 through 197.335 and Oregon Administrative Rule 660, Division 45. The revised statute contain the commission authorities and procedural framework, while the administrative rules provide the nuts and bolts, including timelines and notice obligations for the commission and department staff to conduct this process. Next slide, please. This slide shows where we're at and what tasks are required of us. So forgive me, this is kind of lengthy to run through, but Division 45 provides a 120-day timeline for the commission to host the enforcement process and issue a final order unless the deadline is extended in agreement with by all parties. And in that agreed upon timeline, staff is to review the petition materials, notice parties of completeness or anything missing, prepare a staff recommendation, schedule and host the hearing before the commission to determine whether or not good cause exists to send it to a contested case hearing, appoint a hearings officer, host the contested case hearing process, draft a resulting proposed order, prepare a staff report, and bring it back before the commission for their consideration. Once the decision is made by the commission, the final order is issued, and all of that should happen within 120 days. However, we received this petition on March 25th, which compressed the timeline for bringing it to you in this April meeting. And so the March 25th timeline would have put us at a July 23rd deadline for the 120 days. And when we mapped that all out, it just simply didn't pencil. It was impossible for us to pursue in the traditional timeline. So due to that compressed timeline and review obligations, more time is needed to fully satisfy these tasks and timelines required by administrative rule. As you can see in this slide, we tried to tick the boxes and show you where we're at. Our next step is to bring you a staff recommendation as to whether or not we believe good cause exists to pursue this contested case hearings process, and ultimately that'll be a decision of the commission. Next slide, please. As you may have seen in the staff report, we originally requested a 150-day extension from the parties to ensure an adequate number of meetings before the commission and sufficient time for the hearings officer's process. That extension would have allowed us the remaining meetings of the calendar year in the event the commission required a continuation for any reason. Ultimately, all of the parties agreed upon a 92-day extension instead, and we're very grateful for that. I think the outcome is positive, and that extension will take us through October 23rd, 2026. If good cause is found at the June hearing, a commission-appointed hearings officer will set the schedule for contested case hearings process. We've spent quite a bit of time as staff mapping out possible timelines and variations that could impact the timeline, and we think the 92-day extension is sufficient. But if for any reason we think we need more time or the hearings officer suggests they need more time, we'll be back before you with an additional request. Next slide, please. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Can you go back one slide? I just want to point out that this is, oh, no, we're on the right slide. I want to point out that there's a 45-day timeline in rule about setting the contested case hearing date. And because we will not be coming to you for the good cause hearing until June, this 45-day deadline for the contested case hearing schedule is it is a bit murky for us, and we're going to be asking you to proactively appoint a hearings officer so we can oblige this administrative rule requirement to set the hearing date by May 9th. So I think we may have skipped a slide in there, so let me just make sure I've got the right content for you all. And while I'm on this slide, I'll just share that if for some reason at the June meeting, the commission found that there was not good cause to proceed, then obviously we would release the hearings officer and any contested case hearing date that might have been associated with that. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. So this takes us back to our objectives for today, which includes 3 actions. We have draft motions for you here, and I think what we'll do is run through them quickly and then pause and provide you with an opportunity to hear from the parties and deliberate, and then put these motions back up for your consideration in just a moment. So this is a draft motion for recommended action number 1, which is extending the 120-day timeline by 92 days, putting us at October 23rd for that final order. Next slide, please. The second is to set the second is to set a hearing before the commission to determine whether or not good cause exists to proceed with the contested case hearing process. And that hearing is proposed to occur at your June 25th, 26th meeting. Next slide, please. And the third action is to proactively appoint a hearings officer. That would allow staff to oblige that 45-day deadline for the contested case hearing date and sort of set things up for success if good cause is found at the June hearing. And I think the next slide is the last slide. So we want to pause here, and Chair Lazo, I'll turn it back over to you to hear from the parties with just a reminder that the topic of today is limited to the timeline extension, and staff is not able to really get into the merits of the petition itself yet today. So I'll stop there. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Angie. And so we want to make sure we give the parties an opportunity to provide some comments. So that, again, there are 3 folks that can offer comment here. The petition requesters, Central Oregon Land Watch and 1,000 Friends, and then the affected local government, Deschutes County. And if parties, so each of those 2 parties, the petitioner and the affected local government, will have 5 minutes each to make a comment, because this is only a 30-minute agenda item. And so if the petitioners want to split their time and have 2 people speak, then we'd allow you to figure out how to divide that time as you wish. So why don't we start with the petitioners, Central Oregon Land Watch and 1,000 Friends of Oregon. Would you like to offer comment?
Yeah, thank you. I would, Chair Lazo.
And you'll have 5 minutes. So if we could start.
Great, thank you. And good afternoon, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, and Commissioners. I'm Rory Isbell with Central Oregon Land Watch. I just have brief comments for you to explain Land Watch's concerns with the 150-day extension that was initially proposed by staff. First, we very sincerely appreciate the reasoning for department's extension request. The enforcement order process does, as you just heard from Angie, pack a lot into a short amount of time. And in this case, the volume of issues and supporting materials associated with our petition are extensive and do demand significant time to address. Our petition alleges several patterns and practices of noncompliance with 2 of the land use goals, which Angie just told you about, over the past 3 years in Deschutes County relating to rezoning agricultural land for residential and industrial uses. Currently, Deschutes County is reviewing 4 additional applications to rezone more resource land for those uses. And 3 of those have just recently been scheduled for public hearings by the county. And that indicates to us, the petitioners, that the county has an interest in continuing to rezone more agricultural land during the pendency of Land Watch and 1,000 Friends enforcement order petition. So the longer the timeline needed to adopt an enforcement order or decline to, the greater the likelihood that the county, that the enforcement order would not address these pending land use applications scheduled for hearings in Deschutes County. So this is why Land Watch did not agree to the proposed 150-day extension, and we instead proposed a compromise extension of 60 days. Staff reached out to Land Watch and explained, based on their gaming through the timeline, of the need for a little more time. So Land Watch did agree to that sort of compromise of 92 days, which would get through the Commission's scheduled October meeting. So I just wanted to lay that out. I hope you can see the competing priorities that we're at least attempting to balance. On one hand is providing enough time for your staff and you as a commission to thoroughly consider the issues and render a decision. And on the other is resolving this enforcement order process before, in our hopes, more agricultural land is rezoned in Deschutes County. So I hope this helps explain our reluctance to agree to the 150-day extension and our request for a compromised timeline. That's all I had. Thank you so much for the time. And if there's any questions for me, I will stick around and attempt to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. And Eve, did you want to do the last 2 minutes?
Thank you. Members of the commission, for the record, my name is Eve Goldman, staff attorney for 1000 Friends of Oregon. Just here to confirm that 1000 Friends consents to the 92-day extension. That's all.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here and your brevity at the moment. We could sit in silence for a minute and 52 if you wish. If not, we will move on to Deschutes County, and we'll also have 5 minutes to respond or provide comment to for the record. What it looks like.
Stephanie, we can't hear you yet.
I think he's trying to unmute. Yeah. I don't- Looking around for a button or something. Okay, can we unmute her from our end?
I don't think so. We can only ask her to unmute.
Oh, you can ask her. Oh, weird. Yeah, could you, is there a phone number that she can call or?
Oh, Stephanie's.
Now can you hear me?
Yes, it's quite echoey.
Yes, it is very echoey. Can you hear me though? Yes?
Turn your computer volume off.
Turn off your computer volume.
Okay, audio.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
that
that's
works.
better.
Sign in. Okay. Oh my gosh.
Right, I think you're on twice, so you'll need to turn off your speakers and your microphone on your laptop.
Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Mute. Can you
Oh, that was good for about a second.
unmute? Am I there now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. All right. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Sometimes technology is challenging. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Stephanie Marshall. I am a Senior Assistant Legal Counsel at Deschutes County. I don't have any substantive comments regarding the petition, as we're only talking about the time frame here. And this is just to confirm on the record that Deschutes County agrees to the 92-day extension requested by DLCD. And let me know if there are any questions.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate you
Thank
going
you.
through that to confirm that, because that is important. We appreciate hearing from all the parties and oh, you just moved, right?
I stayed where was it?
You stayed here. where you
Here's
was.
some-
Okay, Eve,
here's some
that's
stuff here.
okay. Wait, oh, it's Angie. We go back to Angie. Sorry. Okay. Wow, I'm very confused for a moment here. Okay.
Thank you,
so,
Chair.
Yeah, so thank you for hearing from the parties. At this point, I think are there any questions from the commission for any of the parties or for staff? Right, okay. Right. Any other comments from staff, from Angie?
None from me. Thank you very much.
If so, I'm ready to entertain a motion, and we might want that motion back up because I think it's revised, correct?
Correct. Yes, there are 3 motions for you. If
Great.
I don't know if it was Denise or Kirsten sharing, but if someone could put that back up, I'd be very grateful.
Your best. Thanks, Denise.
Thank you.
All right. in making a motion on this item? A motion or yes, so we'll do three separate motions and we'll do three votes. And so, yes.
To begin the process, Chair, Commissioner Thompson, I move to approve staff's request to extend the 120-day final order deadline by 92. Do we want that to 92 days to accommodate the procedural requirements of OAR 660-045?
I saw Angie shake her head, and I don't think it's right. I think the original timeline is 120 days and we're extending it by 92 days, correct?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, that is correct.
Oh, by 90.
Yeah.
My error.
Correct.
Okay, do
No.
over.
There's the original period is 120.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying. Once again, this is why somebody else could do this on Friday afternoon, but Commissioner Thompson says, I move to approve the staff's request to extend the 120-day final order deadline by 92 days to accommodate the procedural requirements of OAR 660-045.
Thompson has moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Porter. Denise, can you call the roll on the first motion?
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren, Vice Chair Boyer,
Aye.
Chair Lazo.
Aye. Great. Thank you. Now we would proceed to the second motion, which is to set the date for the good cause hearing. So I'd entertain a motion to schedule the hearing.
Chair, I would move to schedule the good cause hearing for this petition for an enforcement at the regular commission meeting on June 25th and 26th, 2026.
Commissioner Porter, seconded by Commissioner Bennett. Denise, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren, Vice Chair Boyer,
Aye.
and Chair Lazo.
Aye. All right, now we will move on to entertaining the third motion, which is to appoint, isn't it to appoint a hearings officer? Oh, we direct staff to obtain a hearings officer. Good, great.
Acknowledging the June commission date to hear good cause follows the May deadline to set a contested case hearing date. I move to direct staff to obtain a hearing officer to satisfy requirements of ORA 660-045.
Moved by Vice Chair Boyer,
Commissioner Thompson will second.
seconded by Commissioner Thompson. Denise, can you call the roll?
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Commissioner Warren, Vice Chair Boyer,
Aye.
and Chair Lazo.
Aye. All right, I think we got through that. Thank you, and thank you to the parties. Again, we appreciate you all being here and providing your input, and to the folks at Thousand Friends and Central Oregon Land Watch. We have heard your concern, understand it, and hope that this process satisfies that and that your concern.
Thank you, commissioners. We'll be back before you in June.
All right, thank you.
Chair, may I make an observation?
Yes, please.
It is a pleasure to sit at this end of the table and watch you all work as a well-oiled machine in serving up those motions and taking turns seconding them and just getting the business done. Thank you so much for your efficiency.
Actually put us ahead. I thought we were moving like a well-oiled machine. So I
always dangerous to say that.
I'll just jinx it, right? So I believe that we will take a break and come back at 3:15, or we can come back earlier.
We have all parties ready. We can come back earlier.
Why don't we come back at 3 o'clock? And we will start item number 14, the appeal of the Central Lane scenario plan. And I'm assuming that Commissioner Warren, who is
Say it out loud.
yeah, Commissioner, I don't know if he can, but Commissioner Warren is an employee of the city of Eugene, and so will recuse himself from this proceeding based on the location.
based on appearance of impropriety, there's no actual ethic violation under Chapter 244, but we're doing this in the things look better.
Thank you. And thank you for being with us, Commissioner. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Commissioner.
So Chair, now we have an optics exclusion?
Oh, it's closer. Look at that. It was very quick this time. Okay. Welcome back from our break, everyone. We're on the final agenda item of our meeting. We'll now hear from Matt Kroll on item 14, the appeal of the Central Lane Scenario Plan. Matt, please introduce your team.
Good afternoon, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, Commissioners. I am Matt Kroll, the Planning Services Division Manager here at the Oregon Department of Land Conservation and Development. With me,
I'm Cody Meyer, Land Use and Transportation Planner.
So we're here today to talk a little bit about regional scenario planning, which is a deeper look at how you integrate land use and transportation planning in the larger metropolitan areas. Yesterday, we mentioned a little bit about some of the transportation planning rules that apply in metropolitan areas. And I want to just give a little bit of a background history, though, before we get right into the rest of this. There are some laws and rules that require this scenario planning process in some of the larger metropolitan areas in Oregon, in Portland, in Salem-Keizer, and Eugene-Springfield. And this covers quite a few. I think probably a majority of Oregonians live once you take those three large metropolitan areas. So that's why we focused a lot of attention there. The original scenario planning laws got started back in 2012. The legislature adopted a law and assigned a responsibility to Metro to do a plan in the greater Portland metropolitan area. And Metro, of course, is a directly elected regional government, and they have land use authority. So through that process, the legislature assigned them to do a plan, which was submitted to this body and approved. And then Metro used their authority to require the cities and counties in that area to then begin implementing it through the local planning process. And you have, on several occasions, reviewed a progress report. And again, we talked about that yesterday, that process for the progress reports in Metro. But I need to set that aside now because that's Metro and that's the Portland area. And that doesn't exist in the rest of the state. And so we're here today talking about other areas where there is not a direct analog to Metro. There is not that directly elected body to make those decisions. So when this commission adopted the rules in 2020 and said, we're ready to go on to the next two metropolitan areas, Salem-Keizer and Eugene-Springfield, had to go in a different process and a little different sequence and do it in a two-phase. And so the two-phase process involves first the counties or the cities and the counties submitting a plan to you for an approval or to the department, and then ultimately it has ended up here. And then the local adoption process, because there isn't that regional body to do an adoption and then to roll it out. So I think that's an important piece of framing to keep in mind as we look at this, is that it's a two-phase and it's a different sequence than we've dealt with most of the time when we've been talking about Metro. So with that as a little bit of a history and a little background, ready to talk about this specific. And I do want to make sure you know what you've got, and you've got a staff report with you, and you've also got some attachments. You've got the actual plan itself submitted by the cities and the county. You've got an objection that was filed, and then you've got the order from the department reviewing that objection and saying that the plan is approved. And then you have an appeal filed. So it's kind of a sequential. Those four things happen in that sequence. And then we also have some exhibits that are the things that were submitted for this hearing today. Written testimony from the appellant, written testimony from the cities, which I handed out just now because that came in late yesterday, and then slides from the appellant. It looks like 2 pages, but it's actually like 3 pages on the front and 3 pages on the back of the slides that you'll be seeing. So I just want to make sure we all know what we've got. We're all there. Okay, I think I'm done with the framing, and we'll get on to the details.
Great. So here's the gist of what we're doing today. So we're having a hearing of a decision that the department made approving the plan, and was appealed to the commission. So the task here at hand is to hear out, we're going to go through the staff report and describe what we found in the order, so kind of summarize some of that. And then you'll hear directly from the appellant, and then the cities are here to provide oral testimony, and they both have written testimony. And then we're here for questions. If you have any questions, we can answer those or try to. And then make a decision to either find that the plan meets or does not meet the requirements of Division 44, the applicable department requirements. So just briefly, when the department's reviewing the plan, we had two key questions are laid out in Division 44 of how to do the review. Number one is a completeness review. We have 30 days to look at it and say, is everything here that is required by rule? Not is it good enough? Is it here? Is there anything we need to send it back and get something else added to it? And so we did complete that and determine that it is complete. Then we post it on the website and solicit public comments and objections to the plan. And then we'd have to respond to those objections in the department review and order of the plan. So we did review the plan. We determined it was complete, put it up on the website for 14 days, received some, I think, 4 objections to that plan from Mr. Courtwright. Summarize those in your order. You can see that, the summary of those, and had findings to whether or not we thought those were valid or not. And then ultimately the order was signed that we think it is meeting the rules. So as Matt alluded to, some of these rules are predating the CFAC program. The Portland metro area was saying you have to come up with a plan and adopt it and implement it. The legislature also directed the department to adopt rules that required, or the legislature actually adopted the legislation that required the Central Lane, Eugene, Springfield, Coburg, Lane County to come up with a scenario plan that met the targets, but not adopt it. Just submit it to the state and say, here's an idea of how we would get there. So extensive outreach and work was put into that. The region, the body did go ahead and submit that. So that was done, but they did not adopt anything. So that doesn't mean they weren't working on it in the meantime. It was just that it was kind of one step short of full adoption implementation. So the rules that the commission approved back in 2022 kind of acknowledge that different metropolitan areas are in a different state, right? They're coming along in different phases. And the Eugene Springfield advocated pretty loudly that, hey, we've already done this planning work. Don't make us go back and redo it. So staff responded with some rules that the commission adopted that said, if you submit that plan from 2015, you're not required to produce everything in a full scenario plan that's listed in Rule 110. Only the elements that we felt were missing to help guide the implementation would be included. And so those are sections 3, 6, and 9, or 3, 9, and 10, excuse me, of Rule 110. So when we did our review, we concurred that, hey, this plan for 2015 was submitted and these 3 additional elements were included with it so that it met those requirements. And then we did a review and determined that it was adequate to meet the rules.
While you're paused, can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
I think the way you framed it was that in your review of the plan, you're checking to see if these items exist, not necessarily whether or not they're good enough. Is that correct?
That's the first step on the completeness review. Are they there? Is there anything that we want to send back and get that was missing? But then there was the second step of we went through the plan and said, does it meet those sections of those rules? As you know, the rule is written, is it good enough to meet those?
Okay. I got that. Okay. That's exactly what my question was, and the way these are worded and the way the sections are worded here. Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
So just process today. We have these parties are here to testify. No other public testimony is going to be permitted for this item. And they are here. We'll go through a summary. I think there's a lot written in your staff report, which kind of summarizes the issues for you. We're happy to answer any questions. If you want to call us back after you hear from everybody, I'm happy to come back up and answer questions there. And then so, yeah, you can consider the information in your staff report testimony from the parties. So I just want to go ahead and summarize, and you'll hear directly from the appellant what the deficiencies are outlined in the appeal. So number one, the deficiency was identified that the plan lacks the policies to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction targets as required by Rule 110, Section 3. And the plan does not explicitly adopt any new policies. So we were looking at the requirement. One of those additional pieces required was this section 3. And the department noted in the order that, as Matt alluded to, it's a 2-phase process because we don't have a regional body, that you would identify policies and strategies, and then you would make the implementation, make those adoptable things in the land use code, TSPs, transportation system plans, subsequent to an approval. So the order concluded that the plan does include strategies from the preferred scenario and has an assessment of current and local policies. They went back and said, it's been, a little bit since 2015. What have we been working on since then that would bring us up to closer to achieving the target? And then what's the remainder? And those are the areas of future focus that the plan identifies. We found that these elements collectively satisfy the requirements for policies and strategies. And then further that, the cities are going to have to make some bold actions when they go to adopt their local plans. The second deficiency was that the plan does not achieve the greenhouse gas reduction targets. And the department's finding is that the plan achieves greenhouse gas reduction targets and is unsupported by substantial evidence because it relies on modeling assumptions that presume the region would adopt and implement significant actions. That there's no evidence that shows the policies or commitments exist to achieve the assumed efforts. So this is referencing Rule 10 in Division 110 and Division 44, Section 7, that requires what you see here on the screen. Projections of future greenhouse gas emissions for the planning period use methods described in Rule 30, which is the methodology rule of that division, and using a preferred land use and transportation scenario to meet the greenhouse gas reduction target. So the department found that the modeling used by the cities and counties was done in a project sponsored by ODOT with their consultant using the approved statewide methodology. The Rule 30 describes how you need to get basically the sign off, the okay of ODOT and DLCD that you're using the right tool and methodology to show progress towards meeting the target. We further found that the plan describes the changes to local plans and regulations that will occur during implementation. And it's consistent with this phased approach required by the rules, that obviously this is not a land use decision they're making here. This is kind of outlining the overall path that the region's going to have to take. And then subsequent to approval by the department, the TSPs, the comprehensive plans, development code, all those things will be amended to help implement the plan. We found that the future areas of focus identify the policies that they'll adopt in their plan amendments.
Vice Chair Boyer?
So you mentioned ODOT. At what point did they come in this process? I mean, did you just consult them? I'm just trying to figure out, do they respond to anything like this on interagency?
Yeah, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, good question. We worked closely with ODOT. It was their consultant contract throughout the project. I was a member of the project management team. ODOT, several folks from ODOT were there, helping the consultants and the cities get to the plan that you see before you. But when we're reviewing, we kind of do kind of a closed door review because we're doing a department order and a department review. And nothing really came up during that review that we felt like we needed to reach out to ODOT for, because I was part of the project team. I was able to get my answers as this thing progressed over the last couple of years.
Mr. Thompson?
Done. Yeah, I think I'm following. For me, what this department addresses in our regulations is where the roads go, not how the results of the use of the roads. Is that accurate, or am I just wrong on that? Because semi-accurate, says the deputy director. Somebody help me understand, because the way I look at it, the objection is that we don't have good enough progress fast enough, and who should be held accountable for doing something differently to achieve more progress more reliably sooner. I mean, I think I've got that part. Okay, so I'm getting nods. So that part of my logical thought process is accurate enough unless you want to correct it or amend. Okay. So then when I'm looking at this massive material, I'm trying to figure out scope of authority, span of control, so as to allocate responsibility as a member of a governing body here. So just looking for help. And I don't know if this is the time in our deliberation to ask that question. If you want to hold it for later, I'm fine with that. But for me, that's the core issue for us today.
I agree, broadly speaking, that you're right, that what we work on is the land use, so where the different lands are located and what kinds of roads connect between them. Then individuals make decisions about how they use the buses, the sidewalks, the bike lanes, the streets. We don't control those individuals, but we certainly influence them on the basis of where the land uses are arranged, hopefully in a nice, compact, mixed way, and what kinds of options, hopefully lots of options to move around between them. Did I answer you?
Okay. Well, if there aren't any other questions, our recommendation is that the plan does meet the requirements that are applicable to this planning exercise for the cities and counties, and that you can hear from the appellant and the cities themselves.
Great. Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Matt. So we will first hear from the appellant, Mr. Bob Courtright. You'll have 10 minutes to present your comments. And then are we hearing from the city of Eugene and the city of Springfield? Are they online? Okay. They will split the 10 minutes. So city of Eugene, Jody Trendler will have 5 minutes, and city of Springfield, Andrew Larson will have 5 minutes. So we'll start a 10-minute clock and have Mr. Courtright begin.
Thank you, Chair Laszlo, commissioners. A quick personal note. I have been testifying in front of this commission for the last 50 years. 30 years ago, this month, I sat before this commission with the adoption of the transportation planning rule. And this is mostly to tell you that I have a continuing professional interest in the rules that you're looking at today. And so let me just get into it. The essential question, I think, Commissioner Thompson, that you're wrestling with today is whether or not this plan includes actions that clearly demonstrate that they're going to, when they're implemented, are going to meet the greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. So, and that's essentially what is in Rule 110. It says the plan must include policies intended to achieve the targets. So my objection, our objection, is that the plan doesn't include policies. I'll say a little bit more about that in a minute. But policies is really just code words for, does it clearly identify the actions that the local governments are going to take that will have the effect of meeting the targets? And then the third point is that the analysis that has been done that claims that we're going to reduce VMT or meet greenhouse gas emission reduction targets assumes actions that aren't part of this plan, that were modeled, but again, weren't included in the plan itself. Now, you've heard from Cody and Matt about the staff response. And my overview comment on this is to say they're reading the rule to say things that it doesn't say, and they're reading the plan to see things that aren't there. Let me explain. Let me go to the next slide. You heard talk about this phased process, and that staff is telling you we don't have to have policies now, policies come later. That's not what the rules say. The applicable rule right now is, again, 110, and that rule says the scenario plan that you're reviewing and approving today or reviewing today has to include policies. Now, it's clear that later, when the plan gets implemented through adoption of amendments to the comprehensive plan and the TSP, that it will be adopted formally at that point. But that is the second phase. That doesn't excuse us now from knowing what are those actions that are going to accomplish the targets. Again, that's a formal second step doesn't change what's required now as part of the scenario plan. Let me go to the next slide. The DLCD's view is that, not only are policies not required now, but they squint hard and say, if you look at what's in the CLSP, the scenario plan here, that it does satisfy the requirement for policies because it includes strategies, it includes an assessment of existing local plans, and it identifies future areas that the jurisdictions can work on. But those aren't policies. This plan is really clear that it doesn't change policies. It leaves in place the existing comprehensive plans, absolutely clear on the face of the plan itself. The assessment of current local policies is interesting because we have 3 times since the scenario plan was completed in 2015 updated the region's transportation plan. Each of those plans anticipates that VMT per capita in the region is going to go up by 6%. It's not going to go down as the rules direct you to more than 20%. It's going to go up. So relying on current plans doesn't get there. And that's really why we're doing scenario plans, is a recognition that existing plans don't take us where we need to go. And then the future areas of focus are simply suggestions about where the region ought to be going in the future or actions that it ought to consider. None of that is binding. None of that is very specific. Let me go to the next slide, please. Modeling that has been done shows that, or again, the modeling assumes that there are actions in the plan that just aren't there. And the 2 specific ones are a dramatic increase in bike walk mode share and high caliber transportation options programs. Again, those things, that's just an assumption in the plan. There are not programs that they show achieve those things. And as I mentioned already, current plans aren't accomplishing those things. Let me go to the next slide. The bottom line conclusion here is this plan doesn't meet your Rule 110. It doesn't include policies or actions, and the analysis doesn't match the plans that you've been presented with. So what should you do? Let me go to the next slide. We've given you a couple of motions. The first one is, I think the obvious one, is to reach the conclusion that this doesn't meet your requirements and to send it back. But the second one I suspect is more realistic given your staff recommendation. And that's to recognize more specifically the additional work that really needs to be done to take this very general plan and convert it into something specific. There are 3 years until Central Lane comes back with the implementing ordinances to carry this out. You really need to provide them with clear direction about what more is needed to convert this proposed plan or a general idea for a plan into something specific. So that ought to be tied again to the modeling assumptions that they've made. If they're going to get a 70% increase in alternative mode share, the plan ought to accomplish that. If it's going to include high caliber transportation options programs, then there ought to be a commitment and an expectation that that will be happen. The second thing is that the performance measures that guide the plan ought to be calibrated to match what is required at 5-year intervals. So not just things that move marginally towards progress in reducing emissions, but that fully accomplish what these plans expect. And the initial interim step is to ask for the local governments to come back with a work program by the end of this year that spells out how they're going to, over the next 2.5 years, put together a plan that carries out the scenario plan. I think I've covered what I want. I hope I haven't gone over time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Corright. Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Corright? I have a question for you. You said that that the CLSP doesn't specifically says it doesn't change policy. So where does that say that? Where's the wording for that?
Let me see if I can dig through. I don't know if I have all the paper in front of me. It would take me a minute to dig that out, Chair Laszlo. So if you have another question, maybe I could go on to that.
Curious about that that statement, because when I look at the scenario plan, it looks like it's a set of strategies. And then it goes on to show the actions and the implementations. So I guess the requirement is to have policies. Is that so? That's your specific contention then, that those things don't amount to policies.
That's right. I don't know if you want me to take a minute now, or I know staff is going to come back up, or the jurisdictions are going to come back. But if I could go through my notes, I could pull that out for you and come back.
I think if you find something that says it specifically that it is not policies, but yeah, I guess that's yeah, okay. But I guess the requirement says policies, so it's an and, policies and strategies.
That's right.
Okay. Okay. If there's no other questions, we'll move on to the cities. I guess what else I should call them. Thank you. Oh. I guess this is Jody from the city of Eugene. All right, Jody, you'll have 5 minutes, or you and the city of Springfield together will have 10 minutes. So if you so choose to use more than that, then you and Andrew can work that out.
Okay, thank you. And let me just do a quick sound check. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, good afternoon, commissioners. For your record, my name is Jody Trendler, and I am a senior transportation planner with the city of Eugene. I'm here today to represent the city of Eugene and to share comments prepared jointly with our partners at the city of Springfield. So thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. The cities of Eugene and Springfield support affirming the LCD Order 1957, which approved the Central Lane Scenario Plan. Today, we are asking the Commission to affirm the Director's decision to approve the plan and reject the appellant's two alleged deficiencies. I'm going to provide a little bit of background about the plan before turning it over to Springfield. The Central Lane Scenario Plan represents a shared regional vision for reducing greenhouse gas emissions through coordinated land use and transportation efforts. As was mentioned already today, the original preferred scenario was developed collaboratively and submitted to the Commission and Legislature in 2015. In 2025, the cities of Eugene and Springfield, together with the City of Coburg, Lane County, and our partners at Lane Council of Governments, Lane Transit District, Oregon Department of Transportation, and the DLCD, submitted an implementation chapter to satisfy the additional requirements for scenario planning that came from the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities rulemaking. That implementation chapter includes new performance measures and targets and updates on progress toward implementing the strategies for achieving the preferred scenario. As part of the plan update, we also updated the preferred scenario model software from Green Step to Vision Eval and updated the modeling to account for changes that have already been implemented since 2015. Both Eugene and Springfield are also already working actively to incorporate the performance measures and targets into our upcoming transportation system plan updates, TSP, and into the major reports that we will be submitting before the end of May. Both of our jurisdictions have also begun coordinating the scenario plan performance measures with on-the-ground capital investments, including new bicycle facilities and enhanced pedestrian crossings at transit stops, to name a few. In closing, the cities of Eugene and Springfield are confident that the Central Lane Scenario Plan meets the applicable requirements of OAR Chapter 660, Division 44. And I will turn it over to Drew Larson, who I think I saw on here, to give a bit more detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Drew Larson. I'm also a senior transportation planner for the city of Springfield. And yeah, I have the opportunity to address the appellant's deficiencies that he brought up. And so essentially, we agree with the director's decision that he correctly rejected this allegation for the following reasons. This is the policies and strategies. The plan satisfies the ORAs through a preferred scenario strategies, assessment of current local policies, and future areas of focus. Together, these elements identify the actions the cities and the counties will take to meet greenhouse gas reduction targets. The scenario plan is a regional framework, not itself a land use decision. Its role is to guide future local policy adoption and is not required to contain binding enforceable policies at the time of approval. Rules require local governments to amend their comprehensive plans, land use regulations, and transportation system plans to be consistent with and implement the approved scenario plan. That work occurs after approval, not with the scenario plan itself. Eugene and Springfield are already undertaking the background work needed to update our local transportation system plans by the end of 2029 to meet our deadlines. Remanding the plan now would create unnecessary delay without any regulatory benefit. And for the second deficiency, the greenhouse gas modeling, the appellant further argues that the plan's modeling is unsupported by substantial evidence because it relies on assumptions about future actions that are not yet backed by binding commitments. The director's decision correctly rejected this allegation for the following reasons. The modeling was conducted using accepted statewide methodology and reflects the combined effect of the strategies and local actions identified in the plan. The projections demonstrate that when the preferred scenario is implemented as intended, greenhouse gas pollution will be reduced. The ORAs require policies and strategies intended to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction target, but not a guarantee of achievement. This plan meets this standard. The two-phased approach, regional scenario plan first, followed by local plans amendments, is required by the rules and allows regional flexibility while maintaining alignment with greenhouse gas reduction targets. The future areas of focus explicitly identify where local plan amendments will follow. It is also worth noting that the significant real-world changes have occurred since 2015, since the 2015 model was developed, including citywide repeal of on-site minimum parking requirements in both Eugene and Springfield. These actions move the region in the direction the preferred scenario contemplates, even though they postdate the model. Additional remodeling at this stage would consume time and resources better spent on implementation. So in closing, the cities of Eugene and Springfield are confident that the Central Lane Scenario Plan meets all applicable requirements of OAR Chapter 660, Division 44. The director's decision was well-founded, and we urge the commission to affirm TLCD Order 001957, and we remain committed to implementing the scenario plan to our shared goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions across Central Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. All right. Actually, if Mr. Corey has something to add to my as response to my question, can we do that briefly? Okay.
Thank you, Chair Laszlo. In your packet is the August 10th, 2025 objection. And on the second page, there are two quotes from the Central Lane Scenario Plan. And one says, the strategies are intended to be flexible and should be reconsidered over time. Most importantly, the preferred scenario is not a statement of regional policy, and the strategies are not intended to be directive or regulatory. That's one. And then the second is guidance that says basically, this was done at a regional level, considered policy areas broadly. Before changing policy, jurisdictions may want to explore trade-offs not included in this analysis, such as developing cost estimates, a detailed cost-benefit analysis, or other things as well. So it's clear that this isn't policy.
The contention is that it's not a binding policy, because those could be construed as a type of policy, but it's not a binding policy.
I think there are two separate things. One is it binding, and does it recommend an action that would have the effect of reducing emissions? So it's both of those things, I think. Thank you.
I think Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Chair. And that was a really great question and a good response. Thank you. Is it possible that we can just ask the city folks to respond to that? Okay, I would love to hear the city's response to that and those statements, and maybe what the intent was, and if there's any other language in there that you would like us to consider.
I can go first, Drew, and just say I have also the original plan from 2015. So page 19 is the location of that statement, which states that the preferred scenario is not a statement of regional policy. And I think that gets back to the two-phased adoption of this plan and its policies. So the scenario plan itself is regional in nature, and there isn't a regional body that can adopt policy on behalf of all of us. We're going to be individually adopting these policies at the local level. And Drew, feel free to add to that.
Really not too much to add to that, but yeah, the binding policies will come. I mean, this is a shared goal. It's a shared vision. I've already started to take steps of implementing this. I've worked with private development to achieve some of the transit related ones, getting new bicycle facilities. Whereas before, I can point to the scenario plan now, but before I'm like, I'd like to see these things with our preservation projects where the city kind of has a standing policy that we don't add new infrastructure or no new roadway patterns with preservation projects, only with construction. But now that I can point that I say, hey, we have this regionally approved scenario plan, we need to start implementing these things. And no, it isn't a binding policy, but it is something that I have already started to utilize.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think, yeah, Commissioner Porter.
So it doesn't sound like there's much disagreement that substantively that you guys are kind of committed and jumping in with both feet. It's more the question of process. Okay. Thank you.
So I think at this point, we, Matt and Cody return up here, and if we have questions for staff, we can do that before we finish our proceedings.
Chair Laszlo, I wonder if I can address that
Oh, yeah, thank
question
you.
as well a little bit here. I just wanted to point out.
I'll leave the PowerPoint later.
As we talked about earlier, the rules state if you bring in the plan from 2015, then that's acceptable if you add these three elements. I just wanted to point out, that quote was from the plan in 2015, which was expressly, the region didn't want to have it as a regional document. And so they expressly put that in. The work starting on page 27 is the implementation chapter, which includes the appendix material, which are the additional materials. So some of the material in the writing from the 2015 plan, where that quote comes from, might be dated, right? It was a different environment back then when we were thinking about, hey, this is a voluntary planning effort, essentially.
Are you saying that, so beginning on page 27, the implementation plan is the piece that's added in respond to those three additional requirements?
Correct. Yeah, they refer to it as an implementation chapter, and then that begins on page, what is it? Yeah, 27. And then the appendix material as well. And so you'll see the original 2015 document dated on the cover there.
Oh, yeah, let's go to table of contents. Mr. Thompson. To ask questions of staff? No, please. If you have a question for staff, please.
I do. Because here's the thing. I like to plan, but I'm not trained as a planner. I make that distinction. So y'all have to true me up in this stuff. The way I understand this issue, we're going to create if we accept the arguments of the petitioner, we're going to create a redundancy in my mind, because we've got the essential elements in place, and he's saying those aren't adequate. So in my mind, the question for redundancy, is it burdensome, expensive, and counterproductive? Because if we do extra planning, there are other things we can't do if it's duplicative. As I understand, the objection is it's essential to produce timely actions that yield the results needed to effectively implement legislation. That may be a non-planner's way of looking at it that only muddies the water, but I'm trying to figure out, because when I look at it, it appears to me that we did the right thing and it's acceptable and it gets the job done. But I'm trying to listen effectively to objections because I want to understand all points of view. And we are oriented toward reducing greenhouse gases. What's the best way to do that? I don't know if there's a question buried in there or not. You know what I mean?
So it wasn't, there wasn't a question mark, but I feel like there was items to answer in there.
Am I on track to look at this logically and legally?
I feel like Commissioner Porter, do you want to build on that or look anxious to?
No,
Okay.
it's kind of related to that, but it's, so we'll finish, let Commissioner Thompson finish there.
Chair Lazo, Commissioner Thompson, what you said makes sense to me.
Thank you. That's good enough.
Commissioner Porter.
To staff, I appreciate, when you guys were first getting ready to present this and you explained that, Metro is this entity that was able to work with these other jurisdictions. And so I imagine that if you work with, I guess you said Salem and Kaiser as well, right? But it sounds like Salem and Kaiser and Eugene and Springfield lack that central entity to pull those pieces together. And so it creates a little bit of potentially a conundrum. Or maybe I shouldn't have used the word conundrum. It's just a different process.
I would say during Chair Lazo, Commissioner Porter, during the rulemaking, it was not a little bit of a conundrum. It was a significant conundrum that the RAC wrestled with and this commission wrestled with. And the chair at the time was very clear that we needed to be looking at regional, but how do we do regional when there isn't a regional body? So yes, it's a conundrum.
Okay, that's really helpful, I think, to keep that in mind, in that it's a different process. And I frankly, I'm not quite sure how to, I wouldn't know how to address that either, other than, maybe to write things differently, but yeah. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that.
For my question, I wanted to turn actually to the other assertion by the around the modeling. It doesn't seem like the modeling asserts about assumptions that are made in the model itself. If I'm remembering correctly, kind of early on in some of the CFAC work, there was some contention around the modeling, but in looking at this, in my recollection of it, this doesn't seem like it is making that same contention that some of that early contention around the modeling was discussed. Because I'm not remembering very, and I think it was more around some of the assumptions around VMTs in the modeling. Are you remembering this early discussions?
Well, Chair Lazo, I mean, we had a lot of discussions about the different aspects of like transportation modeling and greenhouse gas modeling, and it is a pretty wide subject matter, so it's kind of difficult for me to answer.
Yeah.
But my read of the allegations are that it's really on the assumptions of future actions that will be taken compared to what the policies and the things that cities actually do, right? So you can model something, but then what are the levers that you actually have to pull, and what are the policies and things you're doing here in reality that are going to get you to those assumptions, right? So
that's the same way I read it also. Okay. Other questions for staff? Any discussion among commissioners? I would entertain a motion regarding the ask to in this appeal of the Central Lanes scenario plan and our order of approval, or the department's order of approval.
I move that the commission affirm DLCD order 00-1957 that approves the land use and transportation scenario plan submitted by Eugene, Springfield, Coburg, and Lane County based on the findings in the staff report. And I would say, and also the testimony provided, showing how the plan meets the requirements of OAR Chapter 660, Division 44.
Chair Bennett makes a motion. Is there a second?
Commissioner Porter will second.
Commissioner Porter seconds. Denise, will you call the roll?
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Thompson,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyer,
Aye.
Chair Lazo.
I would say that I appreciate that you continue to bring these elements forward. I think that you've consistently brought them forward, including at the beginning of this process, and continue to identify the issues in this process. But I'm not sure that we've risen to the level where we haven't met the requirements that exist. So with that, I vote aye.
And Commissioner Warren was recused.
All right, thank you. With that, we are on to item number 15, and I have not been informed that there are any appeals. So that is an item that is held on the agenda for appeals, which there are none. So we will move to item number 16, which is public comment for items that are not otherwise on the agenda from the last 2 days of meetings. And we do have one person signed up for public comment right now.
Goldman.
And it is Eve Goldman. I believe Eve is here in person. And Eve will have 3 minutes. Thanks for being here.
Good afternoon, Chair Lazo, Vice Chair Boyer, and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Eve Goldman. I'm a staff attorney with 1000 Friends of Oregon. We are concerned about the trend among local governments to charge local appeal fees much higher than LUBA and the courts, while making local appeals a necessary prerequisite to a LUBA appeal. We request that the commission look into this apparent violation of the purpose and principles of statewide planning goal 1 to encourage public involvement in the planning program and consider rulemaking to address the problem. After initial hearing and decision, the fees counties charge vary tremendously to appeal the decision to a higher level, for example, to the Board of County Commissioners or LUBA remands. It is not always clear what the basis is for a county's fee. These appeals are often for conditional uses where local input is on potential impacts is most critical. For Board of County Commissioner appeals, there are currently 7 counties that charge between $1,001 to $2,000, 5 counties that charge between $2,001 to $3,000, and 4 counties that charge over $3,000. I note that these appeals are required before a LUBA appeal can be filed, so these fees prevent people from having their concerns heard by neutral arbiters. As of 2026, LUBA charges $350 for an appeal, and counties are charging up to 10 times this much. Goal 1 establishes a local government's obligation to provide opportunities for public involvement in local planning and land use regulation. Goal 1 calls for the opportunity for citizens to be involved in all phases of the planning process. These excessively high appeal fees create a significant barrier for citizen involvement in local land use decisions, a right that is protected under this goal. Public participation is disproportionately affected by these high appeals, pricing out those who aim to uphold land use laws and regulations, but are unable to afford an appeal and do not have the option of charging the appeal fees as a business expense. LCDC has statutory authority to ensure these goals are implemented. Please take up rulemaking to ensure that Goal 1 citizen involvement purposes are not frustrated by appeal fees that price out meritorious appeals. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the Oregon Land Use Planning Program.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your perspective. And actually, can I ask, can you cite the statutory authority for, is it LCDC or DLCD that has authority?
For the authority to implement the goals.
The goals. So not, so I'm
the
curious.
goals. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So we would have to connect the, just to
From
connect the
citizen
fees to the-
involvement.
Okay. Thank you.
Precisely. Thank you, Chair Lazo.
And we have another person signed up for public comment this afternoon, Bob Courtwright. You'll have 3 minutes, again, to address items that are not otherwise on the agenda.
Yes. Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the risk of trudging over your very nice compliment there at the end. I hope you'll sit back and look at where we are in our efforts to plan for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As I mentioned in my introduction, this is something that the state has been working on for a long time. And what we've done in the Eugene, Springfield metropolitan area or anywhere else is part of the puzzle. We also talked I think in December, about the target rule review and whether or not, Commissioner Thompson, we're making the progress that we expected that we should be making. And I think it's abundantly clear that we're not making the kind of progress that we expected when we started on this process 15 years ago. And I think you need to, whether you're acting on the individual plans that you're looking at or not now, you need to step back and ask the department to look hard at whether or not the CFAC rules and the other things we're doing really have us on track to get where we need to go. It was Earth Day earlier this week. That should be an opportunity for us all to challenge ourselves to say, are we living up to the kind of commitments that we've made to, in this case, reduce greenhouse gas emissions? My point is, there's much more work to be done, and I hope you'll take advantage of the opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Is any other folks sign up? Nobody else on? All right. All right. Well, with that, that concludes our agenda items for our meeting, and I've lost my notes here. Commissioners, I think a reminder also that you have some paperwork in your folders to please complete before you leave today. We will otherwise reconvene in July, on July 29th, virtually for
June 1st. We haven't moved.
I jumped over a whole meeting. Okay, we are back live at the end of June. Oh, okay. And I also just want to circle back and remind folks that these meetings would not be possible without the administrative and the information technology staff that allows you to hear us and see us out there in cyberspace, and to make sure that we are well informed on these topics that you hear us talking about. So again, thank you to John Dunsmore, Ingrid Cadell, Brandy Elmer, Jess Miller, James Kolpovich, and our commission assistant, Denise Johnson, for making all of this possible. And with that, oh yes, are there some items for the good of the order? Oh, is it the disrobing of Commissioner Thompson?
This is a shirt that thank you. We're at the point of belaboring the obvious, right? No, but when I was in the lobby of the state capitol, the nations were in the lobby. And I tell you, it was a wonderful presence to have the First Nations there. They were so kind as to give me a shirt. We give our land acknowledgement at the beginning. I wanted to end our time together to thank the people for their presence in our lives. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Thompson. And with that, we are adjourned and we'll reconvene in June. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, it's out the door.
Thank you.
Yeah.